Chapter 148. Bang! A frenzied aura surged like raging waves. The power that originated from the demon Punisher spear was comparable to surging waves. Under the astonished gazes of the audience, the golden true origin whirlpool condensed in Wei Qingfan's palm instantly shattered. The cold spear in Chu Hen's palm pierced downwards. Accompanied by a heavy explosion, Wei Qingfan was actually forced to take 2 steps back. At the same time, a wisp of faint red blood sprinkled from his right palm. What? The appearance of this scene directly caused the expressions of the audience to change. That guy actually forced Wei Qingfan to retreat. What happened? That true origin energy just now seemed to be very domineering. On the stage, Wei Qingfan's hands were clenched into fists. His face was gloomy, and his eyes flashed with a cold ruthlessness. A faint piercing pain came from the center of his left palm. Just now, Chu Hen's attack not only broke through his defense, but also pierced through the flesh of his palm. If it was an ordinary wuxiu who was in the elemental opening realm, this would absolutely be impossible. However, Chu Hen did it. He was only in the 6th level of the elemental opening realm, and he was able to injure Wei Qingfan, who was in the core transformation realm. To the latter, this was simply a form of humiliation. "Young Master Wei, are you all right?" A frivolous expression appeared on Chu Hen's face, and a disdainful smile hung on the corner of his mouth. "Humph, don't be too proud. This young master only used less than 30% of his strength. If I don't make you scram within 3 moves, then my name is not Wei Qingfan. Hee, then you really have to change your name today. Let's call you Dog Wei. Just nice to feed a dog." This sentence was not funny at all, even if it was heard by the audience in the Tensei Prefecture. The reason was none other than the fact that the person Chu Hen was facing was Wei Qingfan. Almost everyone present knew that Wei Qingfan was a genuine, ruthless character. He was really not someone who could be casually offended. However, Chu Hen was not afraid. The enmity between the two of them had long been established. Just now, Wei Qingfan had tried to kill Chu Hen in front of everyone, and this kind of behavior had infuriated Chu Hen. After being bullied to this extent, enduring silently was definitely not Chu Hen's character. "Shut up!" Wei Qingfan was burning with anger. With a swoosh, he flashed away from where he was standing. An even more powerful and vast aura rose from his body. He crossed his hands together, then quickly separated them. A cluster of raging genuine started merging and condensing in a spiraling manner. Buzz! There were waves in the air, and a golden saber shadow flew out from Wei Qingfan's palms. The piercingly cold killing intent was like a bleak cold wind, and the saber shadow was shining with a bright light, as if it was condensed from the essence of the blazing sun. In the face of such a powerful attack, Chu Hen's face did not show the slightest hint of panic. Endless ice profound energy spread out from Chu Hen's body. Chu Hen formed a seal with one hand, and the surrounding white profound energy gathered in front of him like a whale sucking in water. "I seal, buzz!" Immediately, a sharp sword of ice was formed, emitting a cold and sharp aura. With a thought, Chu Hen took advantage of the situation, and the solid sword of ice took the opportunity to attack the piercingly cold saber shadow. The 2 attacks dragged out a powerful airwave in the air. One was like the sacred radiance of the sun, while the other was like the frost of the bright moon. In the next instant, the blade shadow and the ice sword were like 2 shooting stars that came from beyond the heavens as they collided head-on with each other. Boom! The astonishing and majestic force spread out in all directions on the platform. The moment the 2 forces collided, the ice sword instantly shattered. From the blade to the sword hilt, it directly exploded into thousands of ice crystal shards. The audience of Tensei Prefecture below the stage frowned. The difference in strength was still too great. No matter how powerful Chu Hen's martial arts were, it could not make up for the difference in the strength of true inner force. Even so, no one thought that Chu Hen was weak. To be able to fight against Wei Qingfan, who had been famous for a long time, with the strength of the 6th level of the element opening realm, was something to be proud of. Swish! The golden saber shadow was like a hot knife through butter. After shattering the ice sword, it continued to attack Chu Hen without slowing down. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and a surging and domineering black light wrapped around the demon Punisher spear, causing the patterns on the spear to distort strangely. The aura he released increased exponentially. Without hesitation, Chu Hen sent out the demon Punisher spear in his hand, and a 3-foot spear light swept out like an aurora. Boom! The peerlessly domineering cold spear fiercely collided with the golden saber shadow. The scattered golden light wantonly splattered everywhere, and the furious shockwave caused numerous cracks to appear on the stage. Chu Hen's second attack directly intercepted the golden saber shadow and shattered it on the spot. Boom! At the same time that Chu Hen successfully completed his defense, a soaring aura rose from within his body. The lively black light was like an underworld fire. The expressions of the various high-ranked martial houses instructors and students below the stage changed. This Chu Hen was actually planning to directly counterattack. Has this kid gone mad? He even had to use 2 attacks to block Senior Brother Wei's one move, yet he still dares to take the initiative to counterattack. Idiot! Once Senior Brother Wei uses his full strength, that guy will be dead. Looking at the approaching Chu Hen with the cold spear in his hand, the corners of Wei Qingfan's mouth curled into a disdainful and cruel smile. Ha! Looks like there's no need to wait for the 3rd move. The 2nd move will be enough. Boom! A powerful golden light instantly exploded from Wei Qingfan's right palm. Extremely restless energy waves continuously compressed in his palm. A dazzling golden wheel, like the sun, rotated in his hand, and a thick aura of danger filled the entire arena. It's the Wei clan's death sun wheel. Chu Hen is dead for sure. The crowd below the stage exclaimed. So this is the death sun wheel. Its power is indeed terrifying. It said that this death sun wheel is a powerful force condensed from the holy light of the 9 heavenly suns. Without more than 10 years, it's impossible to condense a wheel. This Wei Qingfan is really a goddamn genius. Looking at the palm-sized golden wheel in Wei Qingfan's right hand, the expressions of all the genius students changed. Even Plum Blossom's sword Shinyunchi, who was standing on the other side, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. A hint of seriousness surged between his brows. This person lives up to his reputation. This is another powerful opponent. As soon as the Death Sun wheel appeared, the students on the Tensei Prefecture side panicked. Li Hui, Zhou Lu, and the others had forgotten to ask mentor Shilan to prepare to stop this battle. Mu Feng, Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, Yi Yu, Yi Yao, and Huang Wu's Luo Mingshang. The surrounding crowd all had different expressions, but almost no one thought that Chu Hen could withstand Wei Qingfan's attack. You should be proud to die under my death sun wheel. Wei Qingfan laughed coldly. Then he moved, holding the death sun wheel in his hand, and rushed at Chu Hen head-on. Buzz! At the same time, the power that erupted from Chu Hen rose steadily. A cold wind suddenly blew, sweeping away the rocks on the stage. A huge force continuously gathered behind him, causing the space to tremble. Suddenly, a hideous blood-colored skull appeared behind Chu Hen. Wah! The hideous skull opened its mouth and let out a sharp ghost howl that made one's scalp tingle. The second that Chu Hen stabbed the demon slayer spear at Wei Qingfan, the black body of the spear suddenly turned into a dazzling blood-red color. That is, the expressions of the people below the stage changed again and again, and they were shocked again and again. Gale blood shadow spear. Chu Hen shouted angrily, and a demonic purple light flashed in his deep eyes. The blood-red demon slayer spear once again appeared strands of purple light, and a surging killing intent shook the entire audience. Boom! The demon slayer spear, surrounded by purple light, collided with the death sun wheel in Wei Qingfan's palm. The two extremely powerful forces were like two mountains colliding. A biting cold wind suddenly rose, and the chaotic aftershocks of the power swept across the entire arena. The dazzling sun wheel and the blood-red cold spear both emitted a dazzling light that hurt the eyes. Waves were set off in the air, and the sand and stones on the ground were sent flying as cracks appeared like spider webs. However, the people who were even more shocked were also the people present. They originally thought that Chu Hen would definitely be defeated by Wei Qingfan's attack, but they never thought that Wei Qingfan would be able to erupt with such a shocking power. Is this guy really in the natal opening stage? Everyone present was suspicious of the freshman. However, they did not know that Chu Hen had used all his strength in this attack. Not only did he use the power of the chaotic body, but he also used the sacred, demonic pupil body to amplify the power of the martial skill. This was enough to prove that Chu Hen did not dare to be careless against Wei Qingfan at all. Rumble. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. However, Wei Qingfan was still a monster with a cultivation of the core transformation stage after all. How could he be suppressed by Chu Hen so easily? The powerful golden light constantly repelled the black and purple light on the demon slayer spear. At the same time, Chu Hen's arm also began to tremble uncontrollably. This level of battle was really too difficult. Hee, you have some skills. Wei Qingfan laughed. His laughter was both sarcastic and proud. Now, I announce that you have the right to make me release the second Death Sun Wheel. What? The second Death Sun Wheel? As soon as he said that, everyone present turned pale with fright. Even the instructors of the various martial houses could not maintain their composure anymore. The Wei clan was considered to have some authority in the imperial city. Everyone knew a thing or two about the Death Sun Wheel. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary disciple of the Wei clan would need 10 years to condense the first Death Sun Wheel, let alone the second one. Wei Qingfan was not even 20 years old, but he had condensed the second Death Sun Wheel. Everyone was shocked. They could not think of another word to describe him other than the word monster. Buzz, under everyone's shocked gaze, Wei Qingfan slowly raised his left arm. A golden death sun quickly condensed in his left palm along with a powerful destructive aura. Oh my God! It really is the second Death Sun Wheel. Chapter 149. Oh my God! It really is the second Death Sun Wheel. Looking at the golden wheel in Wei Qingfan's other hand, the sharp gears on its edge looked like the fangs of a ferocious beast. Everyone was filled with shock and horror when they sensed the destructive aura emanating from it. Monster. Truly a monster. Everyone present was shocked. Wei Qingfan had condensed 2 Death Yang wheels before the age of 20. He could truly be considered a genius that was rarely seen in 100 years. However, at this moment, what caused everyone to be even more worried about was Chu Hen's fate. The Death Sun Wheel in Wei Qingfan's right hand was enough to completely suppress Chu Hen's power. Now that there was a second Death Sun Wheel, it was clear that Wei Qingfan wanted to kill Chu Hen in one fell swoop. Wei Qingfan, stop! Long Qingyang could no longer watch from below the stage. His figure flashed, and he flew onto the stage. At the same time, teachers Wemo of Tensei Prefecture also stopped asking for Shilan's opinion and swiftly rushed onto the stage. He absolutely could not let Chu Hen die in Wei Qingfan's hands. Otherwise, it would be a great loss to the entire Tensei Prefecture. However, how could Wei Qingfan care about Long Qingyang and Zhuomo's reprimand? A sinister and vicious glint flashed in his eyes as he raised his left hand and struck towards Chu Hen without any hesitation. Buzz! A destructive aura spread across the stage. The Death Sun Wheel erupted with a dazzling radiance like the sun, and violent energy undulations caused space to distort. At that critical moment, Chu Hen's pupils shrank, and he raised his hand without any hesitation. An extreme energy undulation rose like a raging tide, accompanied by a scorching wave of air, and a blazing flame suddenly erupted from Chu Hen's hand. Boom! An unprecedented violent tremor suddenly spread across the stage, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. The surging shock wave pushed Long Qingyang off the stage, while the rest of the crowd on the stage were also pushed back. In an instant, the entire Holy Bell Square trembled uneasily. On the platform, a pillar of fire soared into the sky, suppressing the crowd. The scorching flames rose to the sky like a volcano that had suddenly erupted. A majestic power swept out in all directions as scorching waves of air rippled on the surface of the water. The bricks on the platform cracked and crumbled inch by inch. Even the 5 towering ancient towers in the middle were shaking uncontrollably. Deep cracks appeared on the surface of the towers. This is... Everyone furrowed their brows and their expressions changed. The berserk energy filled more than half of the stage, submerging Chu Hen and Wei Qingfan within it. Even instructor Zhuo Mo did not dare to approach the incomparably scorching waves. Heavens, is the power of 2 death sunwheels so terrifying? A shocked voice came from the crowd. Look carefully, that's not the power of the death sunwheel. Then, it should be a spirit fall talisman. No, it's not a spirit fall talisman, but a higher grade fire talisman. What? Fire talisman? Everyone below the stage was stunned. Although the spirit fall talisman and fire talisman only differed by 1 word, they were 2 completely different concepts. A spirit fall talisman could be made by a mid-ranked rune master, but a fire talisman could only be made by a high-ranked rune master. Moreover, the materials required for the 2 were extremely different. Everyone's gaze subconsciously swept towards Imperial Martial Academy's core instructor, Hong Lian. As a high-ranked rune master, she was the only one present who had the ability to make such a talisman. However, Hong Lian's expression was complicated, and her eyes were filled with shock. It was true that she could make a fire talisman, but the power produced by the detonation was not as strong as it seemed. What kind of person was Chu Hen? How could he obtain something like a fire talisman? It wasn't just Hong Lian who had questions. Everyone present was filled with confusion. It must be known that even in the imperial city, only those large families with an extremely powerful background could possess a fire talisman. Chu Hen clearly did not possess such conditions. Could it be that there was a high-ranked rune master hiding behind him? If that was the case, then they would have to be more polite to Chu Hen in the future. At this moment, the person with the most complicated feelings was Yi Yu. Ever since that incident in Flame City, Chu Hen's body was filled with secrets. Fire talisman, a high-ranked rune master. In the past, Yi Yu could clearly confirm that Chu Hen had no access to these things, but now, Chu Hen's entire body was extremely unfamiliar. The unfamiliarity made Yi Yu feel very uneasy. She couldn't help but recall what Chu Hen had said during the star competition at the Sovereign Arrival Pavilion. Today is just the interest. One day I, Chu Hen, will definitely stab this cold spear into his throat. At that time, she had thought that it was just an arrogant statement, but now it seemed that Chu Hen was developing in that direction, step by step. Boom! A powerful shockwave like shockwave once again spread out in the chaotic energy zone. 2 young figures, one on the left and the other on the right, swiftly retreated backward. He's out. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, especially Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, Mu Feng, Zhou Lu, Zhuo Mo, and the others. Their gazes followed Chu Hen's movements. Chu Hen held the Demon Punisher spear diagonally behind his back. His handsome face was slightly pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Although he was injured, his eyes shone brightly. Big brother Chu Hen is fine. Yi Yao breathed a sigh of relief, her hands covered in sweat. Luo Mengchang, who was on the Imperial Martial Academy side, couldn't help but smile faintly. Big sister Hong Lian, he's not dead. What you said just now wasn't right. Humph. Hong Lian snorted softly. When she thought of how Chu Hen had destroyed her hate illusory array, a cold glint flashed through her eyes. Seeing that Chu Hen was fine, the Tensei prefecture's side naturally cheered loudly. There was a gentle glint in Shi Lan's beautiful eyes. Her red lips moved slightly as she mumbled to herself. Looks like that should be your most powerful ability right now. It's even better than what I expected. The reason why Shilan could become the core team of teachers in Tensei Prefecture was because she had her own teaching system. In this system, the most important thing was to first understand the limits of the direct disciples under him. Therefore, from the very beginning, Shilan did not stop this battle because she wanted to have a rough understanding of Chu Hen's strength. Of course, it must be said that Shilan was really confident in Chu Hen. If it was someone else, they would definitely not let their student fight against a genius like Wei Qingfan. Chu Hen suffered some light injuries, while Wei Qingfan did not suffer any obvious injuries. However, his hair was slightly disheveled, and a few parts of his clothes had been burnt. This result caused all sorts of anger and killing intent to rise in Wei Qingfan's heart. Damn scoundrel! Wei Qingfan's face was ashen. This was the first time he had been beaten so badly by someone. Moreover, it was Wu Xiao who was only at the 6th level of the natal opening realm. How could he not be angry? A cold smile appeared on Chu Hen's lips. 3 moves have passed. Congratulations on changing your name. Feed the dog, feed the dog. However, after hearing Chu Hen's words, everyone below secretly shook their heads. There really weren't many people who were able to make Wei Qingfan reach such a level. You're courting death. Hey, what's wrong? Do you want to bite me? Chu Hen, stop. In the end, instructor Zhuo Mo did not dare to let Chu Hen continue like this. How was Wei Qingfan's strength? There were not many people present who did not know. Chu Hen had to use a fire spirit talisman to save his life. This was already a huge loss. In the capital, there were not many younger generation members of the families who could wantonly use a treasure like the fire spirit talisman. Usually, they would only use the talisman when their lives were at stake. Although Wei Qingfan had threatened Chu Hen's life just now, if one were to really talk about it, the situation just now could have been avoided. However, Chu Hen's temper was so stubborn that he repeatedly created all sorts of soul-stirring scenes. Moreover, from the audience's point of view, a fire spirit talisman was definitely Chu Hen's entire fortune. If he were to fight again, he would not have a second talisman to save his life. That's about enough. Although Zhuomo's tone was reprimanding, it was filled with concern. Chu Hen pondered for a moment and slowly restrained the restless aura around his body. However, Chu Hen's intention to end things here did not mean that Wei Qingfan would just let go. Victory hasn't been decided yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Wei Qingfan's tone was cold and his expression was dark. His powerful aura permeated the air once more. Wei Qingfan, 3 moves have passed. What else do you want? Zhuo Mo shouted. Wei Qingfan did not give Zhuo Mo any face. When did I say that I would let him go after 3 moves? This is a matter between us. As a teacher of the academy, it's best that you don't interfere. Everyone knew about Wei Qingfan's background. Although Zhuo Mo was a high-ranking teacher in Tensei Prefecture, he could not do anything to him. You've gone too far. Long Qingyang did not hesitate and tried to help. Big brother, don't move. However, Chu Hen raised his hand and stopped him. Then he looked at Wei Qingfan with a playful gaze and said with disdain and contempt, I believe that young Master Wei will obediently scram down very soon. Get lost. This word was especially forceful. Everyone present was taken aback. "Huh, let me ask you, do you think you have the right to say such shameless nonsense?" Before Wei Qingfan could finish speaking, he stopped. He saw that between the index and middle fingers of Chu Hen's right hand, there was a talisman. The talisman was covered with lightning markings, and an obscure yet extreme power surged within it. "This is divine lightning talisman." Chapter 150. What's that? Sky thunder talisman? Boom! In an instant, an unprecedented commotion and shock was set off in the entire crowd. Looking at the talisman on the jade that was covered with lightning markings on Chu Hen's finger, everyone was dumbfounded and their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. They had thought that a fire spirit talisman was Chu Hen's life-saving trump card. But who would have thought that Chu Hen would have another sky thunder talisman in his hand? Where did this guy get so many treasures? A voice full of astonishment came from the crowd below the stage. There must be an expert behind him. This person has really hidden himself well. All sorts of guesses rose and fell from the audience. At this moment, even Long Qingyang and Long Xuanshuang, the two closest people to Chu Hen, were stunned. Growing up in Flame City, Chu Hen probably didn't even know what a spirit fall talisman was, let alone a powerful defensive treasure like a fire spirit talisman or a sky thunder talisman. There were only a few high-level pattern artists in the imperial capital, and those that could refine fire spirit talismans and sky thunder talismans were even rarer. The crowd couldn't help but once again target Imperial Martial Academy's Red Lotus. However, from the latter's expression, it was clear that she had no relationship with Chu Hen. So where did Chu Hen get this powerful talisman from? This guy, he's hiding so many treasures? He doesn't even know how to share some with me. Mu Feng curled his lips, looking unhappy that Li Hui owed him money. This is called not revealing one's wealth. I really admire senior brother Chu Hen more and more, Li Hui said. To the side, Zhou Lu, He Qingyuan, Bian Hong, Lu Yu, and the other genius students of Tensei Prefecture were also amazed. Even the usually quiet Bai Yue was a little surprised. With the Heavenly Thunder talisman in his hand, Chu Hen slightly suppressed Wei Qingfan in front of him. Compared to the Fire Spirit talisman from before, the Heavenly Thunder talisman's power was much more concentrated and its killing power was much greater. Even a genius like Wei Qingfan would suffer greatly if he was not careful. However, the Wei clan was a renowned clan in the capital after all. As the strongest genius of the Wei clan's younger generation, how could he not even have a defensive item? Humph! It's just a Heavenly Thunder talisman. Do you think you can overturn the heavens? Buzz! As Wei Qingfan's disdainful voice fell, an obscure energy wave was released from his body. Gentle silver light surged around his body. The silver light slowly gathered and condensed into an illusory silver armor. Everyone was stunned. Wei Qingfan was still Wei Qingfan after all. His family background was truly extraordinary. A cold and smug smile returned to Wei Qingfan's face. But before Wei Qingfan could finish being happy, a mischievous smile appeared on the corners of Chu Hen's mouth. Hee, I'm sorry, I forgot to take out another talisman. What? Clatter! Before his voice died away, Chu Hen flicked his fingers, and another jade talisman was sandwiched between his middle and ring fingers. This talisman was engraved with white snowflake patterns, and a chilling aura was transmitted from it. *T, the violent ice talisman. A trembling voice came from the crowd. Boom! In an instant, the entire Holy Bell Square was in chaos, and everyone present became restless. Everyone looked at Chu Hen with strange eyes. He was a real rich man. First there was the Fire Spirit Talisman, then the Heavenly Thunder Talisman, and now even the Violent Ice Talisman. It was hard for the people present to express the degree of shock in their hearts. Across the entire Sacred Star Dynasty, no senior tattooist could refine these talismans of 3 different attributes. The only one who could do this was the one and only spiritual tattooist in the capital, whom even the royal family had to show some respect to. Could it be that Chu Hen had something to do with that person? If that was the case, even the Wei family wouldn't dare touch him, let alone Wei Qingfan. But soon everyone denied this conjecture. After all, it was not the first time that Chu Hen had been in the capital. From the first day he arrived, he had been rejected by nearly 30 high-level martial houses. If Chu Hen really had something to do with that person, all the martial houses would probably send 8 carriages to welcome Chu Hen into the school. Since Chu Hen had nothing to do with that person, where did he get so many powerful high-level talismans? All kinds of doubts filled the hearts of the people present. At this time, the young and handsome figure standing on the stage became tall and mysterious. Yi Yu, who was in the team of Tifeng Province, clenched her hands tightly, and her face became paler and paler. Was this Chu Hen in front of her really the person she knew in the Flame City? Yi Yu was very doubtful, but the answer was unquestionable. What, Child Wei, do you still want to fight? Chu Hen held 2 high-level talismans between his right fingers, with a playful smile on his face. Wei Qingfan's face was cloudy and extremely gloomy. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to be safe and sound under the bombardment of 2 high-level talismans. Today he could only forcefully swallow this anger back into his stomach. "You're lucky," Wei Qingfan scolded fiercely. "Haha, you should be lucky. Now you can get out of here." Chu Hen sneered frivolously. "Humph." Wei Qingfan took a deep breath to calm down his anger. "I won't let go of what happened today." After saying that, Wei Qingfan threw down a harsh sentence, swung his sleeves angrily, and walked down the almost flattened high platform with a gloomy face. The atmosphere of the audience was strange. There was no cheering, no frustration, only a sigh, gazing at Wei Qingfan's back. Chu Hen's eyes similarly surged with an incomparably cold frost. If the situation did not forbid it, he would definitely not hesitate to throw the 2 talismans in his hands at the other party. New sorrow and old hatred followed one another. The grievances between the 2 had already reached an irreconcilable point. Of course, today, Chu Hen was fully deserving of being the victor. But this is also good. It won't take long. Even without the talismans, I will still kill you with the Demon Punisher Spear. Chu Hen said in his heart. This storm was finally over. The big stone that was pressing down on everyone's heart disappeared. At this moment, an old man from St. Bell City suddenly stood up and scolded Chu Hen, Wei Qingfan, and Xin Yunqi on the other side. "The 3 of you destroyed our illusionary soul bell. Who will bear the responsibility?" Wow. As soon as he said that, everyone present suddenly realized the original purpose of gathering here today. It was originally a trade between St. Bell City and the various high-ranked martial houses, but in the end it turned into a personal grudge between the students. No one expected the opening ceremony of the illusionary soul bell to turn into such a situation. We were kind enough to let you share the power of the illusionary soul bell, but you ignored our existence and fought for the artifact spirit. What difference is there between you and bandits? The old man was very agitated, pointing at the leading mentors of the various martial houses and scolding them. The mentors were a little embarrassed. "Stop it." Lei Shi, the patriarch, staggered forward, shook his head and sighed helplessly. He said, "Since it has come to this, it doesn't matter who is responsible. This matter is over." "Patriarch, that's enough." Lei Shi raised his hand slightly and looked at the mentors in front of him with his muddy eyes. "Our previous agreement has been changed. St. Bell City will not be able to share the power of the illusionary soul bell with you in the future. So, let this batch of young people from our city enter your martial houses. As for the future, Patriarch Lei Shi..." Without waiting for Lei Shi to finish speaking, Yu Shan of the Mammoth Martial House took a step forward, cupped his fists, and said, "The Mammoth Martial House is partly responsible for today's matter. I, you, have made this decision on behalf of our dean. The previous agreement is still valid. The young people of your St. Bell City can enter my mammoth martial house at any time. Mr. Yu Shan Yu. Also, if St. Bell City is attacked by demonic beasts or harassed by evildoers in the future, the Mammoth Martial House will definitely come to support you if you can't solve the problem. The moment Yu Shan's words came out, everyone in St. Bell City was instantly moved. Immediately after, Ligu of Tifeng Province also stepped forward and said, Patriarch Lei Shi, our Tifeng Province will also abide by the previous agreement. So will our Lingxi Martial House. Bright Moon Academy welcomes you at any time. One by one, the core mentors expressed their decision. Everyone present was the core team of the various martial houses, so they still had the authority to speak on behalf of their respective schools' deans. After all, every martial house present today was responsible for today's matter. Especially Difeng, Lingxi, and Tianxing, they couldn't shirk their responsibility. St. Bell City was originally the weaker party, and with the addition of the illusionary spirit bell, it was like adding hail to snow. This could also be considered a kind of compensation for the martial houses. After all, St. Bell City didn't have a large population, and there weren't many juniors in a year. The distribution of the martial houses didn't matter. Since the mentors had already said it like this, it would be a bit unreasonable for the people of St. Bell City to pursue the matter of the illusionary spirit bell's artifact, spirit, being destroyed. Everyone's anger was gradually alleviated. After that, the mentors began to head to the conference hall for a detailed discussion, and the disciples of the various martial houses left one after another. Haha, Chu Hen, tell us honestly, where did you get so many treasures? Did you become a gigolo for some rich and powerful woman? I think only you Mu Feng would do such a thing. Don't slander Chu Hen. Zhou Lu curled her lips. Go away. I see that your head is full of Chu Hen. Have you taken a fancy to him? What nonsense are you talking about? The people of Tensei Prefecture gathered around Chu Hen and made a ruckus. The others in the square also left one after another. Chapter 151. Little Yao, wait a moment! Just as the crowd from the various martial houses dispersed, Chu Hen walked straight towards the crowd from Tifeng Province. Yi Yao's eyes lit up, and she quickly turned around. Big brother Chu Hen? She smiled faintly, and two cute dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. Not far away, Yi Yu could not help but frown slightly. Wei Qingfan's expression, which had just eased up, immediately turned gloomy again. Little Yao, I have two small things for you. As he spoke, Chu Hen took out two jade slips and handed them to her. They were the Sky Thunder Talisman and Violent Ice Talisman that he had just taken out on the stage. Seeing this item, the surrounding crowd could not help but cast envious gazes. Yi Yao was stunned, and her eyes widened as she looked at Chu Hen. This? For me? It's too precious, big brother Chu Hen. Take it. Without waiting for Yi Yao to refuse, Chu Hen directly stuffed the two talismans into her hands and bluntly said, If someone wants to plot against you, use this to hit his head. Chu Hen's words had a hidden meaning, and Yi Yao naturally understood what he was referring to. Similarly, Chu Hen's words were also for Wei Qingfan to hear. The latter's expression became increasingly gloomy, and his eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. That night, Yi Yao came to find Chu Hen, and the two had a simple conversation. Chu Hen had always treated this kind and cute girl as a younger sister. Although he did not know Wei Qingfan's real purpose in getting close to Yi Yao and her sister, it was still better to have some precautions. She could not control Yi Yu, and Chu Hen did not want to. However, he did not want to see anything happen to Yi Yao. Chu Hen had really given the Thunder Talisman and Violent Ice Talisman to Yi Yao in front of everyone, which was actually a warning to Wei Qingfan to stay away from Yi Yao. Of course, last night, before Senior Thief, Godly Thief, took away Haozi, he had given Chu Hen a bag full of high-level curse charms. There were at least dozens of them. Chu Hen still had the capital to squander. Looking at the two high-level charms in Yi Yao's hands, many people present revealed envious expressions. The explosive power of the spirit fire symbol was something that everyone had seen with their own eyes. To these young students, a high-level symbol was equivalent to a life-saving trump card. Anyone would want one. However, the one with the most complicated feelings was Yi Yu. Even Wei Qingfan had never given her such an expensive gift. As for Chu Hen, a man that she had previously disdained, who was actually treating her sister so well, Yi Yu's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Feeling the warmth in Chu Hen's eyes, Yi Yao smiled and nodded. "Thank you, big brother Chu Hen. I know what to do. It's best to have two together, right?" Yes." Chu Hen smiled. He nodded slightly and said, "Go." After a simple farewell, Yi Yao followed Yi Yu and the others to leave. At this moment, Wei Qingfan did not forget to glance at Chu Hen with a gaze as cold as an arrow. However, Chu Hen did not care about it in the slightest. New hatred and old hatred. There will be a day when these debts will be properly settled. So that bracelet was given to her? On the other side, Imperial Martial Academy's Luo Mengchang was about to talk to Chu Hen, but the bracelet inlaid with blue gemstones on Yi Yao's wrist first attracted her attention. Luo Mengchang had seen that bracelet before. Back in Qingyan Pavilion, she and Chu Hen had reached out for the bracelet at the same time, and their fingertips had unconsciously touched. It was also because of that brief encounter that led to what happened in the Sky Lake Mountains. All right, that girl is quite cute, and that bracelet is perfect for her. Luo Mengchang pouted slightly, and her beautiful eyes wandered. Then, she changed her mind about talking to Chu Hen and turned to leave. After that, Chu Hen, who was surrounded by Long Qingyang, Mu Feng, Li Hui, and Zhou Lu, did not notice the situation around him, and a scene similar to a trial began to take place. "Good fellow, even Wei Qingfan fell in your hands. Tell me honestly, where did you get the high-grade spirit talisman? And what kind of power did you get from the illusionary spirit bell?" Chu Hen could not help but feel a headache coming on, but he could only respond with silence. Over at Lingxi Martial House. "Brother, what's wrong?" Xian Wen's expression was slightly gloomy as she said to a handsome and extraordinary man in front of her. The latter's gaze that was as sharp as a sword looked at Chu Hen, who was surrounded by everyone, and indifferently replied, "He will be an opponent that is even harder to deal with than Wei Qingfan." It's just because of the high-grade spirit talisman," Xinwen replied unhappily. "Apart from the high-grade spirit talisman, who in the entire imperial city can withstand Wei Qingfan's death wheel of sun? I don't care. Brother, you must avenge Shangzhe." Xin Yunqi's eyes narrowed, and a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. "I'm starting to get interested in him, and that Long Qingyang guy." The opening ceremony of the illusionary spirit bell came to an end. At noon the next day, the teams from the various martial houses were preparing to leave. Outside St. Bell City, the teams had already packed up. Other than the geniuses from the martial houses who were about to leave, there were also over 200 youngsters from St. Bell City. According to the previous agreement, the youngsters of St. Bell City could enter these martial houses unconditionally. Everyone made their choice. Originally, most of the people would choose the 5 most famous academies, Imperial Wind, Lingxi, Mammoth, and Bright Moon. But who would have thought that Chu Hen would make such a huge accident and cause St. Bell City to recognize the teaching ability of Tensei Prefecture? With Lei Zhen as the leader, almost half of the people chose Heavenly Star. As for the genius girl named Lei, she chose the head of the 5 major academies Imperial Martial. Beside the ancient road, on the fragrant grass road, outside the ancient city gate, parting words, "Grandpa Chief, St. Bell City is our home. We will definitely come back," Lei Zhen said solemnly to Lei Shi and the other people of St. Bell City. Many of the youngsters had tears in their eyes. This was their first time leaving St. Bell City. They were excited to see the outside world, but also a little sad. Lei Shi nodded and patted the back of Lei Zhen's hand. His murky eyes glanced at Shi Lan, Hong Lian, Yu Shan, Li Gu, and the other core teachers. Everyone, please take care of these children. We will do our best. Yu Shan cupped his fists and said. The other teachers also responded. Lei Shi let out a long sigh. No matter what, St. Bell City would not disappear in the long river of time. This could be considered his last contribution to the tribe. Go. Soar freely. Lei Shi clan leader raised his arm, and his wrinkled face was filled with hope. Many people couldn't help but feel touched. At this moment, Chu Hen, who stood behind Shilan, couldn't help but think of Long Zhan. When they parted in Flame City, even though he was reluctant, he still let Chu Hen fly without hesitation. How could a young man not spread his wings and fly? The rock flew with the wind and soared 90,000 miles. He looked up into the sky. Beyond the clouds, the blue sky was as vast as the sea. Chapter 152. After nearly 10 days, the trip to the Tianqi mountain range finally came to an end. The adventuring teams of the various high-ranked martial houses began to embark on their return journey. The Imperial City, Tensei Prefecture. Wow, we're finally back. I'm so tired. This time I'm going to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, not 7 days and 7 nights. Be careful, don't accidentally fall into a deep sleep. Go to hell with your uncle. After the intense trip to the Tianqi mountain range, everyone felt an indescribable sense of relief when they returned to the familiar place. However, for the people of St. Bell City, it was the opposite. The prosperity of the Imperial City and the magnificent buildings made them feel a sense of novelty. But at the same time, they didn't know what to do. Don't be too restrained. Mu Feng patted Lei Zhen's shoulder with a, I'm very familiar with you look. From now on, we're all brothers. If there's anything you don't understand, just come and find me. Tonight, I'll take you to the 10,000 flower house. The girl's there. Oh no, the wine is very fragrant. Go, don't be a bad influence on Lei Zhen. On the side, Zhou Lu glared at Mu Feng and said, Junior brother Lei Zhen, you better stay away from him. This person's 3 views are not right. Damn, how is my 3 views not right? I live under the same roof as Chu Hen. Chu Hen hasn't been led astray by me, right? As soon as the two returned, they quarreled. Chu Hen rubbed his head, feeling a headache coming on. However, when he thought about how Haozi and the robber rat god stole away, he felt a little disappointed. Although Lei Zhen was 1 or 2 years older than the others, he had never traveled far before, so it was inevitable that he would be a little rigid. But seeing that everyone was so enthusiastic, the apprehension in his heart lessened a little. Shilan looked at the students who were waiting to be dismissed, then glanced at Lei Zhen and the rest of the younger generation of St. Bell City. She then said to Zui Mo, bring these new students to report to Elder Song Chenglai later. I will report this matter to Principal Jiang now. Yes. Zui Mo nodded seriously. Shilan didn't say anything else and left first. All right, everyone, the Heaven Lake monster hunt is over. Holy Bell City's new students, please follow me to register your information. Zhuo clapped his hands, signaling the crowd to disperse. Instructor Zhuo, will our star points increase? A student suddenly asked. Yeah. Instructor Zhuo, how many star points will I get from this mission? Star points? Lei Zhen and the others looked confused. At the side, Mu Feng explained, when a student accumulates a certain amount of points, they can exchange for cultivation resources provided by the academy. You will get it too. I see. Lei Zhen nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude. Of course you will get star points, Zhuo answered without hesitation. He then continued, as for how many star points you will get, it will depend on your performance in the Heaven Lake Monster Hunt. After we finish here, us instructors and instructor Shilan will discuss and give you a comprehensive evaluation. 3 days later, you can go to Nebula Pavilion to farm star points. After hearing Zhuo's words, everyone was very excited. Many students participated in the Heaven Lake Monster Hunt for star points. After all, only by continuously accumulating star points could they obtain better resources from the academy and increase their cultivation faster. After a few simple words, Zuo brought the new students of St. Bell City to report to Song Qinglai. The others also dispersed. After being outside for so many days, they really missed a comfortable room. A moment later, Chu Hen returned to the courtyard he lived in. Sigh. The little mouse actually left without saying a word. Mu Feng seemed to be thinking of him a little. Before, he and Haozi got along pretty well. They went through thick and thin together, advancing and retreating together. Because there were many people before, he didn't feel anything. Now that he heard the silence, he felt a little uncomfortable. Chu Hen smiled and said, before Haozi left, he said that the next time he came back, he would hang you up and beat you. Damn, what a joke! You think you're so great just because you have a void-piercing realm expert as your master? Mu Feng glared and scolded. Do you know what the limit of Haozi's bloodline is? What is it? A little mouse. Heavenly mouse, profound body. What? Profound body? Mu Feng's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. Chu Hen's handsome eyebrows slightly raised, and he smiled, minding his own business as he walked into his own room. Mu Feng came back to his senses after a while, licked the corner of his mouth, and whispered, Tisk, is the profound body that great? Well, fine. The profound body is really amazing. Little mouse, I hope you come back and beat up Chu Hen. Chu Hen, who returned to his room, closed the door, and then sat down on the bed. The familiar environment entered his eyes, and there was an indescribable comfort in his heart. Thinking about this trip to the Tianqi Mountains, it was really unexpected. All kinds of unexpected things happened one after another. But Chu Hen's harvest was not small. First was the blood yuan fruit. Then the demon pupil's sacred body was upgraded to the 2-star realm. And then he obtained the upgraded flaming sun body refining technique from the butcher hand vampire ghost. Then he met the thief, rat, thief, godly thief, and Xia Qing, and opened the sacred star heavenly book of the royal family. Thinking of this, Chu Hen couldn't help but raise his left hand, and looked at his palm with a hint of solemnity in his eyes. If one looked carefully, they could vaguely see 7 faint star marks hidden in his palm, emitting a trace of obscure power. The sacred star, dynasty's biggest secret. Chu Hen murmured to himself softly. What could it be? After a short period of thinking, Chu Hen didn't delve into it. After all, with his current cultivation, it was difficult to control the power of the 7 star points. At least before he entered the core transformation realm, he didn't need to think about it anymore. Although the things that happened on this trip were unexpected, there was no doubt that Chu Hen was the one who gained the most. Just the bag of high-grade talismans that the thief, rat, thief, godly compensated him was a treasure that made people drool. Of course, what surprised Chu Hen the most was that he opened his Naiwen Palace and condensed the Tao seed now that he thought about it. This made Chu Hen feel a little unreal. He had become a beginner inscription master without any reason. An ordinary person would have to spend years or even more than 10 years to cultivate their mental strength to open their Naiwen Palace and condense the Tao seed. However, Chu Hen did it so easily. It must be said that such a great opportunity was really unimaginable. Let's give it a try first. Otherwise, I'll be happy for nothing. Then Chu Hen sat cross-legged and merged the power of his divine sense into his Naiwen Palace. Buzz, along with a strange wave of power, Chu Hen successfully sensed the Reiki energy in his Naiwen Palace. It's true. Seems like it's not a dream. Chu Hen was secretly happy. Then his divine sense detected the situation in his Naiwen Palace. The dim and hazy space was about 10 feet in radius. The surroundings and the sky were a chaotic world, like an undeveloped wasteland. In the center of the Naiwen Palace, there was a crystal-clear sprout with a glaze-like luster. 2 new leaves were emitting vitality. The silver runes on the leaves were flashing, bright and novel. My Tao seed has already sprouted. I should be a beginner third stage inscription master. A beginner third stage inscription master was equivalent to Wu Xiao, who was at the third stage of meridian opening. If he was just an inscription master who had just condensed the Tao seed, he would only be at the beginner first stage and would not germinate. However, not only did Chu Hen's Tao seed germinate, it also grew new leaves. Therefore, he was even stronger than a beginner inscription master. In the future, as his Tao seed continued to grow, it would become a street tree. The space in his Niwen palace would expand, and the Reiki energy would become stronger. According to Chu Hen's understanding from Long Zhan in the Fire of Rain City, the street tree of a middle-level inscription master would be more than 10 meters tall, and the street tree of a senior inscription master would be more than 100 meters tall. As for the lofty spiritual tattooist, his street tree would be even bigger. Chu Hen sensed the crystal clear sprout carefully. To be honest, he had never thought that he could be related to a spiritual tattooist one day. He was very clear about the status of a spiritual tattooist in the Sacred Star Dynasty. Especially after he became a spiritual tattooist, he would be respected and noble. Even the royal family of the dynasty would treat him with respect. Of course, Chu Hen was very clear that he was thousands of miles away from becoming a spiritual tattooist. Then, with a thought from Chu Hen, a trace of Reiki energy was released from the Tao seed. There was a slight fluctuation of power in his Niwen palace. The 2 golden leaves gave out a bright light, and the silver runes on them also flickered. Subsequently, a few strange balls of light actually rose up from the Tao seed. These balls of light were multicolored, and they were dazzling like glass. If one observed carefully, he would find that these light balls were the runes of curse: thunder curse, water curse, gale curse, frost curse, raging fire curse, and soul gathering curse. All 6 runes of curse appeared here. At this moment, if someone saw the scene, he would be so shocked that his jaw would drop to the ground. Previously in St. Bell City, Wei Qingfan got the thunder curse, Shin Yunqi got the water curse, Bai Yuai got the gale curse, Long Xuanchuan got the frost curse, Lei Li got the raging fire curse, and Yi Yao got the soul gathering curse. Each of the geniuses only obtained a single curse rune. And these 6 runes were all obtained by Chu Hen alone. If this news spread out, it would cause all kinds of commotion. Of course, the power of runes was not that easy to master. In this regard, Chu Hen still had to put in more effort. I wonder what kind of runes she has mastered. In Chu Hen's mind, an image of a beautiful young girl with a peerlessly beautiful appearance suddenly appeared. On the way back to the Heavenly Star Marshal House, he had learned from Mu Feng, Zhou Lu, and the others about what kind of power the various geniuses had obtained from the illusionary spirit bell. Only Chu Hen and Luo Mingshan, no one knew what kind of power they had obtained. Buzz, buzz! Suddenly, a strange wave of power interfered with Chu Hen's thoughts. At this moment, dense golden light spots appeared in Chu Hen's Niwen palace. The golden light spots were like stars floating in the sky above the Tao seed. It was extremely strange. Then the endless light spots strangely gathered together, and an illusory golden light shadow appeared in front of Chu Hen at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is... Chu Hen's heart suddenly trembled, and all kinds of monstrous waves were set off in his heart. Chapter 153. This is... Illusory spirit bell? Looking at the golden bell phantom, formed by the golden light spots floating out of thin air in his mud pill palace, Chu Hen's heart shrank, and his heart was filled with astonishment and disbelief. To be precise, this should be the spirit of the illusory spirit bell, but wasn't the artifact spirit destroyed? Previously in St. Bell City, Wei Qingfan and Shan Yunqi's joint attack had blasted the spirit of the illusory spirit bell in front of everyone. But what was going on in front of him? Buzz! A strange power fluctuation was faintly transmitted from the golden bell phantom. It floated steadily above Chu Hen's Tao seed, and mysterious ancient runes were flashing on the illusory bell's wall. Was it at that time? Chu Hen's heart suddenly lit up. He remembered that after the spirit of the illusory spirit bell was blasted by Wei Qingfan and Xin Yunxi, there seemed to be a vague golden light flowing into his body. At that time, Chu Hen didn't care about it, and only thought that it was the aftermath of the explosion of the spirit. Now it seemed that it was not the case. It seems that the spirit was not destroyed, but entered my mud-pill palace. Regarding this discovery, Chu Hen was both surprised and happy, and his heart was especially excited. It was indeed a spirit weapon, and it would not be destroyed so easily. Although he didn't know what rank the illusory spirit bell was on the list of spirit weapons, it must be at the top based on the fact that it contained a spirit. After thinking for a short while, Chu Hen slightly calmed down the excitement in his heart. Then he spread out the Reiki energy and carefully moved towards the golden bell. The Reiki energy of a third-grade beginner rune master was almost like a small stream, weak and insignificant, but for the current Chu Hen, he was already very satisfied. Zang, as soon as the Reiki energy touched the golden bell, it immediately caused a crisp, vibrating sound. Then the complicated runes on the bell's wall shone brightly like a silver light flowing. An active power quietly spread out. Specks of dazzling light suffused with a hazy radiance and sprinkled down on the Tao seed below. The Tao seed that had already sprouted swayed its 2 golden leaves, and the runes on the leaves flickered. When the Tao seed and the fluorescent dot came into contact, the method of condensing runes appeared in Chu Hen's mind. The method to condense tens of thousands of runes poured into Chu Hen's memory like a tidal wave. Then the effects, meaning, and arrangement of these runes. A lot of information was subsequently received by Chu Hen. At this moment, the memories in Chu Hen's brain were like a dried-up riverbed that was constantly gushing out flowing water. After an unknown period of time, Chu Hen gradually came back to his senses. As he sensed the huge amount of memories in his mind, he felt that it was all very surreal. No wonder there were so many rune artists in St. Bell City in the past. So this is the biggest secret. Chu Hen muttered to himself in amazement. In less than half a day's time, it was as if Chu Hen had flipped through a Sihai ancient book. He also memorized all the contents in the ancient book. Rune artists used Reiki energy to control runes and derive powerful rune power. In order to become a true engraving artist, there were a few conditions that were indispensable. First of all, it was the Tao seed. This was the most basic condition. Only when the Tao seed was formed would it produce Reiki energy. Second, it was to learn runes. This was the same logic as an illiterate child needing a teacher. Only by learning and having some understanding of the runes could one condense the runes with spiritual force. Third, it was the arrangement of runes. The arrangement of runes was equivalent to the martial arts technique that Wu Xiu used. A single rune didn't have much power. However, if dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of runes were arranged and combined, the power that erupted would be absolutely terrifying. Chu Hen recalled the time when he and Mentor Shilon were ambushed by a mysterious person after chasing after Butcher Hand Blood Ghost. The Wu Hen illusory array was an illusory killing array formed by hundreds of runes. At that time, the 2 of them were almost killed in the array. In addition to using rune arrangement to create powerful talisman arrays, there were also alchemy, weapon crafting, talisman making, and many other fields that used the power of runes. There were rune artists who specialized in this field in every major field. Of course, there was no lack of all-round rune artists who had done research in all major fields. However, there were very few engravers among the engravers, and there were very few all-round engravers. In a short period of time, Chu Hen seemed to have understood a lot. His mind and mind were enlightened. He clearly knew nothing about rune artists in the past and only knew some basic knowledge. Now, the things that Chu Hen understood and mastered were absolutely huge. However, then again, understanding was one thing. With the level of a third-grade primary rune artist, Chu Hen couldn't condense a few runes at all, let alone arrange them and use them in various major fields. Sigh, there's still a long way to go. Chu Hen couldn't help but sigh. The path of rune artists wasn't something that anyone could walk. However, compared to others, Chu Hen's biggest advantage was the spirit of the Phantom Bell. Now that he had mastered so much rune knowledge in his memory, it could be said that without the guidance of a mentor, Chu Hen could also continue on the path of rune artists. The only thing I need to do now is to improve my realm, Chu Hen said to himself. Of course, with Chu Hen's current level, he could still use a few beginner-level small rune arrays. However, these beginner-level rune arrays had almost no power. I can't use rune techniques for the time being, but I can first control the 6 types of runes. Chu Hen's eyes lit up. Rune symbols were special rune arrays that were condensed by rune techniques. They could be used by individuals and could be activated by true inner strength. If one wanted to condense such a powerful secret technique, like rune symbols, the minimum standard was to reach the attainment of a spirit-level rune artist. Earlier, the various geniuses had obtained a single type of talisman seal, whereas Chu Hen had obtained 6. Even though it was a lot if he wanted to grasp and control all of them, then he would need to spend 6 times the time and effort compared to others. Fortunately, Chu Hen had always been a diligent person. For him, this was a challenge that motivated him. Immediately, Chu Hen calmed his mind and began to operate the true inner strength in his body, trying to condense the first type of rune symbol. The first type of rune symbol that Chu Hen wanted to condense was the Spirit Gathering Rune, a rune symbol that could accelerate the absorption of the spiritual power of heaven and earth. The power of this rune symbol could speed up the absorption of spiritual power by at least 3 times and up to 10 times. This ability was obviously a cultivation accelerator. Buzz, buzz. On the bed, Chu Hen closed his eyes slightly, and his palms faced each other. 2 golden beams of light were like 2 spiritual fish chasing each other, constantly chasing each other, forming a rotating disc. Under Chu Hen's steady control, a bright and resplendent glass-like talisman quietly condensed in his palm. As soon as this rune was formed, the airflow in the room became very restless. The spiritual power of heaven and earth from all directions seemed to be attracted and quickly gathered towards the rune symbol in front of Chu Hen. Immediately after, as the spiritual power of heaven and earth surged into the rune symbol, the previously stable power instantly became extremely restless. It was like the inside of a ball of water was surging with incomparably powerful inner strength, manic like the brewing lava of a volcano. Bang! Along with a heavy muffled sound, the rune directly exploded in Chu Hen's palm. A circle of vigorous air waves spread out, and the whole room faintly shook. Chu Hen, who was impacted by the aftermath, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "What are you doing? Do you want to demolish the house?" Mu Feng's scolding voice came from next door. This? Chu Hen did not pay attention to Mu Feng outside, but his handsome eyebrows slightly furrowed as he looked at his own hands. This? Failed? Of course, this was not particularly surprising. The power of the rune symbol originated from the evolution of the rune symbol, and the power contained in it was originally violent. It was not so easy to successfully control this power. Again, buzz. Chu Hen once again released the true inner strength in his body, and then condensed it according to the operation path of the Spirit Gathering Rune. With an obscure and restless power, a strange golden rune appeared in front of Chu Hen. Bang! Not long after, another violent shock spread out from the room. This time, not only Chu Hen's room was shaking, but even the whole courtyard was shaking. Damn! Are you done yet? Mu Feng, who was next door, continued cursing. But not long after, another wave of violent energy swept over. Even though there was a layer of wall between them, Mu Feng was almost overturned. Bastard, if you don't stop, I'll let the dog bite you. After an unknown amount of time, the world finally returned to peace. Mu Feng's eyelids drooped, and he sat on the ground listlessly. His lifeless eyes looked at the messy ground, and he suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. The tables and chairs fell to the ground, and there were small cracks on the wall. Bang! A few bricks fell from the sky, directly hitting Mu Feng's head, causing dust to fly and gravel to splatter. Mu Feng raised his head with a bitter expression and looked at the moon in the sky through the broken roof. He almost went crazy. Mother asterisk her, I'm going to move. However, in fact, Chu Hen, who was immersed in the state of cultivation, did not know the situation around him. He did not know that his unintentional action almost caused Mu Feng to hit the wall. Chu Hen, who had experienced more than a dozen failures, was almost in a mess, and his body was covered with cuts and bruises. However, at this moment, Chu Hen had yet to awaken from his cultivation state. In the air in front of him, there was a rune that flickered with flowing light. Unending streams of spiritual energy of the heaven and earth poured into the rune like 100 rivers entering the ocean and integrated into Chu Hen's body at this moment. Chu Hen moved his mind, and a white light flashed in his palms. A crystal-clear upper-grade, primordial crystal stone appeared in each of his hands. Chapter 154. The noon sun was exceptionally warm and gorgeous. Unknowingly, it was already autumn. The autumn air was crisp and refreshing, but the maple leaves at the maple forest stakes in Tensei Prefecture were as red as fire. Chu Hen didn't come today? Shilan was dressed lightly, accentuating her exquisite curves. Her long purple hair was tied up high, and she was elegant and refined. The two temperaments of coldness and gentleness coexisted. Regardless of the time, her stunning appearance would always attract the attention of others. Among the dozens of direct disciples in front of her, only that youth was missing. It had been a few months since he entered the school, but that youth hadn't come to her lessons even once. This had never happened in Shi Lan's 4 years of teaching. Zhou Lu, He Qingyuan, Lu Yu, Bian Hong, and the others, they looked at each other with a strange expression. This kid really doesn't know what's good for him. Bian Hong cursed in a low voice. Instructor, I'll call senior brother Chu Hen over. Li Hui said, No need. Shi Lan's red lips moved slightly, and her beautiful eyes wandered as she said, Let's start today's cultivation lesson. Li Hui and Zhou Lu, you two go into the wooden stakes array. Yes, instructor. At this moment, the door and windows were tightly shut, and there was a restless power in the room. Rays of bright light lingered around Chu Hen's body like flowing ripples. In front of him, the spirit gathering seal emitted an active aura, and the exquisite runes were like crystal glass, constantly accelerating Chu Hen's absorption of spiritual power. Chu Hen held a high-grade primordial crystal stone in each hand. On the ground beside the bed, there were 2 piles of rubble and debris from the primordial crystal stone's consumption. Buzz, buzz! A steady stream of spiritual power flowed from the primordial crystal stone into Chu Hen's 8 extraordinary meridians, and after the spiritual power integrated into his meridians, it split into 2 directions, one toward the Dantian's Qi Sea, and the other toward the Naiwen Palace. The spiritual energy contained in the primordial crystal stone could be transformed into true inner force, and could also be fused with Reiki energy. However, relatively speaking, Reiki energy was more difficult to cultivate than true inner force. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the amount of energy and time spent on improving the realm of a tattoo artist was more than that of Wu Xiao. Under Chu Hen's gradual control, the power released by the spirit gathering seal became easier to control. Compared to usual, the speed at which Chu Hen absorbed high-grade primordial crystal stones increased by nearly 4 times. Kacha! Suddenly, along with 2 crisp sounds, a crack quietly appeared on the 2 primordial crystal stones in Chu Hen's palms. As more and more cracks appeared, the primordial crystal stones lost their original bright luster. Buzz, In the next moment, Chu Hen opened his eyes and a powerful aura that surpassed the 6th level of the element opening realm was released from his body. In his deep eyes there was a fierce aura that was like a torch. Phew! Chu Hen let out a deep breath, and the aura outside his body converged. At the same time, the spirit gathering seal floating in front of him also disappeared. The 7th level of the element opening realm. Feeling the strength of the surging true yuan in his Dantian's qi si, Chu Hen's face couldn't help but reveal a smile. This spirit gathering seal is really amazing. It can really be called an accelerator for cultivation. Of course, before Chu Hen went to the Tianqi mountain range, he had consumed the Yun Yuan pill that was exchanged for 5,000 star points. After that, he also ate a few blood yuan fruits. The huge amount of power that he had accumulated almost made him reach the peak of the 6th level. Now that he used the spirit gathering seal to speed up his cultivation, it was normal for him to break through to the 7th level in a short period of time. Immediately, Chu Hen integrated his consciousness into the Naiwen Palace. He was surprised to find that the Dao seed had obviously grown a lot. Although it was still a small sprout, the 2 new leaves were a size bigger, and there was a tendency for more leaves to grow. Chu Hen's eyes focused, and with a command of his mind, he circulated a trace of Reiki energy. Subsequently, a strand of golden light was released from between his right fingers. An illusory talisman appeared in his palm. This was a talisman that was about the size of a thumb. The energy fluctuation was obscure to the point of being negligible, and the gentle light was like the flame of a candle. Chu Hen condensed this talisman purely on a whim. This was a beginner-level talisman that could emit light, and it didn't have any special use. Even so, Chu Hen was still extremely happy, and his pitch-black eyes flickered with a bright luster. One day, I will not only step onto the peak of the martial Tao, but I will also shine brightly on the path of Tao markings, Chu Hen said resolutely in his heart. Subsequently, Chu Hen casually dispersed the talisman in his palm and then got off the bed. But just as he got off the bed, Chu Hen was stunned. Only then did he discover that his room was in a complete mess. The tables and cabinets were overturned, and even quite a few tiles on the roof had fallen. What's going on? Had it been robbed? Move phone! Chu Hen shouted as he casually opened the door and went out. As soon as he opened the door, a brick flew towards him. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and a surging aura was released from his body. Bang! The brick exploded in midair less than half a meter away from Chu Hen. Before Chu Hen could figure out what was going on, Mu Feng's angry scolding came first. "You bastard! How dare you come out? I'll go to your second uncle's, third, and fourth, and— Ah?" Chu Hen was startled, and he saw Mu Feng standing on the roof with a hammer in his hand. He was repairing the house. What made Chu Hen even more surprised was that Mu Feng's head was wrapped with a layer of white gauze, and a trace of blood could be vaguely seen under the gauze. "You're injured. Did I hit you?" "Scram!" The more Mu Feng spoke, the angrier he became, and he almost threw the hammer in his hand. "You're still pretending? It's not a problem if you destroyed the courtyard, but you had to throw such a huge rock at my head. Do you know that my charm has plummeted because of this piece of gauze? Your third uncle's eldest son-in-law's 9th nephews?" Hearing this, Chu Hen finally understood. It turned out that the reason why the courtyard was in such a mess was unintentionally caused by him. "I'm sorry, I was afraid of being disturbed when I was cultivating, so I sealed off my hearing and perception." Chu Hen smiled apologetically. The corner of Mu Feng's eye twitched, and he gritted his teeth. "Mu Feng, are these wooden planks enough?" A hearty voice was heard, and then a sturdy young man walked in from the door. He was holding a pile of wood in his hands. "Lei Zhen!" Chu Hen's eyes lit up. "Chu Hen, you're awake?" The person was St. Bell City's Lei Zhen. When he saw Chu Hen, he smiled politely. "This is—" Chu Hen pointed at the wood in his hands. I was the one who asked him to stay here. Mu Feng sat on the roof and crossed his legs. He had a look of, I'm the boss here on his face. Damn it, little mouse left. And you bastard just had to be a cultivation maniac. When this handsome Mu Feng is bored to death, I don't even have someone to brag to. Lei Zhen smiled embarrassedly. His reserved manner was completely different from when they first met in St. Bell City. Of course, compared to when he first came to Tensei Prefecture, he was much better. Come, Lei Zhen, let's fix this broken house as soon as possible. I'll bring you to the brothel tonight. Oh, no, I mean to see the lanterns. Okay. Lei Zhen's temper was really similar to Mu Feng's. The two of them had only known each other for a short time, but they were already so close. Chu Hen couldn't help but find it funny. Mu Feng was really a troublemaker, but no matter what, it was Lei Zhen's first time in the imperial capital, so he should have someone to show him around. Do you need my help? Chu Hen smiled. Don't, please don't. Mu Feng raised the hammer in his hand, his face full of disgust. You better stay away from me. In these 7 days, I've only been fixing this broken house. I don't like seeing you now, so don't bother me anymore. When this handsome Mu Feng gets angry, I can even beat up my father. Lei Zhen was dumbfounded by Mu Feng's domineering attitude. Chu Hen's face was full of black lines as he muttered to himself. I've been in this room for 7 days? Then Chu Hen didn't say anything else and walked outside by himself. When he saw this situation, Lei Zhen immediately looked at Mu Feng with an admiring gaze. You scared him away. Of course. Mu Feng raised the hammer with one hand and his eyes were full of smugness. Stop talking. Hurry up and move the wooden boards up. Try to finish it by the afternoon. Then go take a shower and change your clothes. This handsome Feng will teach you how to pick up girls. Amen, no problem. Chu Hen didn't think that so many days had passed just like that. Thinking that his star points could be refreshed 4 days ago, he immediately headed for Nebula Pavilion without another word. Today, Nebula Pavilion was relatively quiet inside and outside. After all, very few people would farm new star points at this time. As soon as he entered, Chu Hen's gaze casually swept across the star point ranking on the wall to the west. On the ranking, the 3 geniuses, Ji Xian, Xiao Yan, and Bai Yue, firmly occupied the top 3 spots. These 3 genius students were the strongest disciples under the 3 core instructors, Shilan, Songqinglai, and Shadowless. They were also the 3 strongest people in the entire Tensei Prefecture. Ji Xian's star points had long since surpassed 100,000. Xiao Yan and Bai Yue were also close to this number. It was easy to imagine how outstanding these 3 people were. Cough, cough. A soft cough brought Chu Hen's gaze back. He saw an old man standing behind a marble counter. The old man's face was full of wrinkles. One of his eyes was turbid like a normal old man's, while the other was amber with a white dot in the center like an eagle's eye. Student Chu Hen greets Elder Ing. Chu Hen cupped his fists and said, You're 4 days late. Elder Ing said indifferently. It was obvious that he had a good impression of Chu Hen. Amen, I was delayed by a bit of business. As Chu Hen spoke, he walked to the side of the counter and took out a piece of jade that looked like an inkstone from his storage ring. There was a silver pentagram on the jade stone. This item was called the Star Inkstone. It was used by the students of the Tensei Prefecture to farm new star points, and a silver pentagram represented 5,000 star points. Previously, Chu Hen had obtained first place in the Star Elite competition, so he had obtained 5,000 star points for the first time. And this time, how many star points could he obtain from the Heaven Lake Demon Hunt mission? Chapter 155. I'll have to trouble you, Elder Ing. Chu Hen politely placed the star inkstone on the counter and moved it in front of Elder Ing. Elder Ing nodded slightly and did not delay. He extended his withered palm and placed it on the star inkstone. Subsequently, A wave of vigorous true origin energy was released from his palm. Buzz, buzz! In the next moment, the seemingly ordinary star inkstone emitted a gentle light. Chu Hen's face revealed a faint look of anticipation. Then, next to the original silver, 5-pointed star pattern, a similar 5-pointed star slowly appeared. 5,000 star points. Chu Hen's eyes lit up. Instructor Zwe Mo actually gave him a comprehensive evaluation of 5,000 star points? This was truly unexpected. Just as Chu Hen was about to say thank you, a slight wave of energy came from the star inkstone again. Under Chu Hen's astonished gaze, another silver 5-pointed star pattern appeared. 2 silver 5-pointed stars. 10,000 star points? What was going on? Chu Hen looked at Elder Ing, who had retracted his palm in astonishment. What? Is it too little? Elder Ing asked indifferently. No. Why is it 10,000 star points? Chu Hen asked. Oh, so it's because it's too much? Elder Ing raised his eyelids slightly and slowly took out a booklet with a golden frame from under the counter. He opened it to the first page and said, Chu Hen, the Heaven Lake Demon Hunt Mission, has a comprehensive evaluation of 10,000 star points. That's right. Chu Hen still did not react. Elder Ying's lips moved slightly, and he continued, You performed well in the Heaven Lake Demon Hunt, 1,000 star points. You saved 2 companions from the pursuit of the single-horned ghost monkeys, 3,000 star points. You saved 1 companion from the butcher hand vampire, 2,000 star points. You defeated the geniuses of Tifeng Province and Spirit Rhino Marshall House in St. Bell City, and won glory for our school for 1,000 star points. Comprehensive evaluation, 10,000 star points. After listening to this detailed explanation, Chu Hen finally understood where these 10,000 star points came from. Amidst the surprise, Chu Hen couldn't help but suddenly come back to his senses. Today seemed to be the day that Mentor Shilon taught. Missed it again? I should still be able to make it. Chu Hen turned around and looked at the sky outside. It was just past noon, so it wasn't too late to rush over now. Elder Ing, what can 15,000 star points be exchanged for? 1 spirit burst pill. Starting from next month, you will be able to receive 50 mid-grade primal crystal stones every month. Spirit burst pill? Chu Hen raised his eyebrows. He had no interest in mid-grade primordial crystal stones. The explosive spirit pill is specially made for people in the elemental opening late stage. Compared to the profound spirit pill, the energy it contains is more than 10 times stronger. It's not recommended for those who haven't reached the 7th level of the elemental opening realm or above to consume it. If you don't control it well, the medicinal energy will injure your meridians. Elder Ing replied casually. He remembered that before he went to the Sky Lake mountain range, Chu Hen's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the elemental opening realm. In Elder Ying's opinion, it was naturally impossible for him to reach the 7th level of the elemental opening realm so quickly. However, Chu Hen had already made a decision in his heart. He said resolutely, Elder Ing, give me a spirit burst pill. Oh, Elder Ing wanted to persuade him, but when he saw Chu Hen's determined gaze, he didn't say anything else. He casually took out a small porcelain bottle and placed it on the counter. Remember, on the path of martial arts, don't bite off more than you can chew. Thank you, Elder Ing, for your teachings. I will definitely remember it. Chu Hen smiled as he accepted the porcelain bottle containing the spirit burst pill. He cupped his fists and bade farewell to Elder Ing. I still have urgent matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. Go. Goodbye. After speaking, Chu Hen kept the star inkstone on the counter and hurriedly left the door, heading in the direction of the maple forest stump. He had been in the hospital for a few months, but he hadn't listened to teacher Shilan's lecture even once. If this continued, he was really worried that he would be expelled. Looking at Chu Hen's figure that was hurriedly leaving, Elder Ying's face revealed a faint smile. Subsequently, his gaze subconsciously swept towards the star branch ranking on the wall on the west side. 15,000 star points in less than 3 months. This is comparable to the record set by the first place, Elder Ying muttered to himself in a low voice, his sharp eyes looking at the first ranker of the star branch ranking with a profound meaning. Ji Xian, the number 1 person in the Tensei Prefecture, and also the direct disciple of teacher Shilan. Elder Ying squinted his eyes. Looking at the time, they should be back by now. Maple Forest Stump. Senior brother Chu Hen, you're here? We've all finished our training. Li Hui, Zhou Lu, He Qingyuan, and the others who were preparing to leave had just finished their lessons and training for the day when Chu Hen rushed over, sweating profusely. Chu Hen first smiled embarrassedly at everyone, then walked in front of teacher Shilan with an apologetic expression. Teacher, I'm sorry. I've been cultivating since returning from the sky, lake, mountain range, and forgot the time. I'm really sorry. Not far away, He Qingyuan, Lu Yu, and the others all smiled and shook their heads. Bian Hong and Wu Zhe snorted disdainfully and cast indifferent gazes at him. Shi Lan's beautiful eyes lifted slightly, and her delicate and gentle eyes were suffused with faint ripples. You stay first. The others can be dismissed. The moment these words came out, everyone was startled. Was Shi Lan planning to teach Chu Hen alone? Even though they had doubts in their hearts, everyone still followed her instructions, packed up their things, and left one after another. Soon, only Chu Hen and Shi Lan were left. The fiery red leaves continuously floated down from the maple forest, creating a different kind of beauty. Teacher, I promise I won't be late next time, Chu Hen said. It's fine, as long as your strength is improving. It's fine even if you don't come to my lessons. Teacher, I really didn't do it on purpose. I'm not angry either. Shi Lan looked at Chu Hen with a very gentle gaze. It seemed to be the same as the others, but also seemed a little different. This kind of feeling was a little similar to a little sister indulging her younger brother. Follow me, Shi Lan suddenly said. Without waiting for Chu Hen to ask more, she had already walked towards a corner of the maple forest. Chu Hen didn't think too much and followed closely behind. Not long after, the two of them arrived at an open space. The ground was filled with fallen petals and red maple leaves. Teacher, what are we doing here? Of course, to make up for all the things you left behind. Shi Lan's red lips were like cherry blossoms, and she was beautiful. Especially today, her light clothes were more restrained, outlining her almost perfect curves. This stunning beauty, standing in front of him, made Chu Hen feel a little unnatural. What's wrong? No, nothing. Chu Hen faintly smiled and said, About the battle between you and Wei Qingfan, I give you an overall evaluation of 8 points, excluding the difference in your cultivation level. 8 points? Chu Hen couldn't help but clench his fists, and his expression became serious. I always try my best to make up for the shortcomings of my students and improve their strengths. Perhaps you don't know that there is a big weakness in your spear technique, and this weakness will become your fatal flaw. Fatal flaw? Chapter 156. A fatal flaw? Chu Hen's pupils shrank involuntarily as he stared at Shi Lan's beautiful face in confusion. Although Shi Lan was not much older than Chu Hen, as a core member of the Tensei Prefecture's advanced tutor team, no one would doubt Shi Lan's words. However, Chu Hen did not think that there was any problem with his spear technique. Just by facing a powerful genius like Wei Qingfan, he was still undefeated. This was the best proof. Shi Lan did not explain too much to Chu Hen's confusion. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes and opened her red lips. Use your full strength. What? I will suppress my realm to the same level as you. Hearing this, Chu Hen clenched his hands into fists, and a bit of seriousness surged between his brows. Looking at Shilan's calm and unwavering gaze, he couldn't help but feel like he was being looked down upon. "What, you don't dare to fight with me?" Shilan said indifferently. "Tutor, I'm sorry." Whoosh! A sharp and clear sound of waves rang out in the air. Following that, the cold and sharp demon Punisher spear was held in Chu Hen's hand. A biting, cold, domineering aura arose spontaneously, and the red leaves on the ground were lifted up by a layer. Whoosh! Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and he instantly launched a frontal thrust with the demon punishment spear. At the same time, overbearing black chi spread like flames and immediately covered the tip of the spear. The air between the two seemed to be torn apart, and the surging momentum of the spear pressed down like a flood. Just as the demon punishment spear was about to touch Shilan's body, she dodged to the side like a butterfly. Whoosh! The sharp tip of the spear slashed across her left shoulder. Chu Hen saw the opportunity and quickly changed his attack. He held the spear with both hands and swept it toward Shilan. His reaction isn't bad, but the combination of these two moves is too abrupt. "His strength is halved," Shilan said softly. At the same time, she raised her jade-like hand and struck the tip of the demon Punisher spear. The demon Executioner spear immediately changed its attack trajectory and was sent flying upwards. Chu Hen was startled. Just as he was about to withdraw his attack, he changed his tactics. However, Shilan did not plan to give him the slightest chance. Her figure was graceful and agile as she flashed in front of Chu Hen. Raising her palm, she struck towards his chest. Chu Hen seemed to be caught off guard. In his haste, he used the demon-punishing spear to face her horizontally, gathering all his true essence on the body of the spear, intending to block his opponent's move. Bang! Shilan's jade-like palm landed lightly on the body of the demon-punishing spear. Chaotic true essence spread out in all directions, causing a thick layer of dead leaves to rise from the ground. Even though Shilan controlled her realm to be at the same level as Chu Hen, the hidden force produced by this palm still caused Chu Hen's arm to feel a little numb. Chu Hen hurriedly retreated. Shilan followed and maintained a close distance with Chu Hen. Chu Hen's demon Punisher spear could not be used at all. Shilan seemed to stick close to Chu Hen as she attacked. No matter where he retreated, Shilan would follow his rhythm and pace. Chu Hen felt sullen. This feeling was like he was trapped in a small cage. The width of this cage was not even the length of the demon Punisher spear. It was fine if the demon Punisher spear could not be used, but now it seemed to have become a burden. "Teacher, are you really controlling your cultivation level to be at the same level as me?" Chu Hen asked doubtfully. "No, I knew it. I've suppressed my cultivation level to be even lower than yours. It can be said that I'm fighting above my level." "You!" Chu Hen was immediately speechless. He was so depressed that he could not speak. However, the energy waves emitted from Shilan's body proved that she was not lying. The strength of her aura was only at the 6th level of the element opening realm. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged no less than 20 moves. Chu Hen was completely suppressed. He did not counterattack even once and was completely reduced to a defensive state. All sorts of stifling feelings surged forth. When he was unable to retaliate after suffering a series of attacks, Chu Hen immediately erupted. He released the demon destroyer spear in his right hand, and a powerful palm energy surged forth as he attacked Shilan. Buzz! The ferocious power swept away the layers of fallen leaves on the ground like a stormy sea. The flow of air also increased, as if a powerful whirlwind was blowing. However, Shilan shook her head. "Haste breeds chaos. It's a taboo to fight with the enemy." In Shilan's eyes, Chu Hen's powerful palm attack was full of flaws. She merely dodged to the side when Chu Hen's palm energy was about to reach her, easily dodging the other party's attack. Chu Hen's expression changed. In the next instant, Shilan lightly twisted her wrist and once again struck Chu Hen's left arm. Bang! An intense hidden force surged towards him. Chu Hen immediately felt his arm go numb. His palm loosened, and the demon Punisher spear in his hand was directly sent flying. Zung! The demon Punisher spear drew a parabola in the air. The tip of the spear landed on the ground and steadily sank into the soil. With your weapon taken away, your chances of defeating me are even slimmer. Along with Shilan's soft voice, a verdant willow leaf appeared between her slender fingers. With a flick of her wrist, the willow leaf flew out with a gentle flick of her finger. The speed was so fast that it was like a shooting star that traversed the night sky. Hiss! A small hole was instantly cut on the side of Chu Hen's shoulder. The battle quietly ended. Shilan did not continue to attack. However, Chu Hen stood on the spot with a dull expression. He blankly looked at the hole on his shoulder. If Shilan wanted his life, there would be no problem at all. A blow. It was definitely a heavy blow. Chu Hen, who had always been full of confidence in his spear technique, could be said to have suffered a heavy blow. If it was under normal circumstances, it would have been fine. However, Shilan had suppressed her strength to be even lower than his. This caused Chu Hen to feel uncomfortable in his heart. Do you know your weakness? Shilan looked at Chu Hen and said, Yes, I'm not flexible enough. Flexibility is one aspect, but the most important point is distance. A spear user must maintain a certain distance from his opponent in order to be able to gain an advantageous offensive. It's very obvious that when you fought with Wei Qingfan that day, if you didn't have a high-grade spirit talisman, you would have lost without a doubt within 3 moves. He saw through your weakness. Chu Hen clenched his fists, a hint of coldness surging in his eyes. Shilan ignored the other party's negative emotions and continued. Do you still remember the situation of his second move, the Death Sun Wheel? According to what I said, the Death Sun Wheel could be thrown out, but he didn't do so. He attacked you head-on from a close distance because he knew that even if you could block the first Death Sun Wheel, you definitely wouldn't be able to dodge the second one. Hearing this, the astonishment in Chu Hen's heart increased. At the same time, he had a new understanding of Wei Qingfan. This person was truly someone that could not be underestimated. I know what to do. Chu Hen's eyelids lifted, his eyes revealing 2 rays of determination. Shilan nodded, her beautiful eyes suffused with a gentle light. This is a problem with your spear technique. If you can make up for this deficiency, I will give you a comprehensive evaluation of 9 points. 9 points. What about the other point? Chu Hen asked. At this moment, he no longer had any doubts about Shilan's teaching ability. This young woman in front of him, who was not much older than him, truly had an admirable ability. If your weapon is taken away, what will you do next? Just like now. Shilan looked at Chu Hen and said, Chu Hen was slightly stunned. What should he do if his weapon was taken away? Naturally, I will use other life-saving trump cards. You have life-saving trump cards, and others will naturally have them too. In my opinion, in a fight with an enemy, the best way is to force the opponent to use his trump card first. Judge the situation in a very short period of time, and then strike later. Of course, what I want to say is that no matter how good your spear technique is, there will always be flaws. For example, in terms of agility, it is not as good as a sword or a dagger. Shilan said. Chu Hen let out a sigh of relief, his eyes surging with thoughts. Indeed, in the weapon manual, the spear had the reputation of being the king of all weapons. It was domineering, powerful, calm, and cold. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. In a battle with an enemy, it had many advantages. However, if an enemy had judgment like Shilan's and could use close-range agility to attack Chu Hen, the spear would become a burden in a situation where it could not be used effectively. Instructor, do you mean that I should change to another weapon? Chu Hen looked at her. That's not it. Shilan shook her head. Although the spear is not as agile as a sword or a saber, it is still a good weapon. I suggest that you try to cultivate a close-range weapon while perfecting your spear technique. Of course, it is very likely that you will not be able to balance both at the same time, resulting in your mastery of both weapons being mediocre. There are a lot of people like this. Chu Hen raised his handsome eyebrows slightly and smiled. But there are also people who can master both weapons to the point of perfection, causing their enemies to be at a loss as to what to do. Shilan smiled, her bright eyes and white teeth. Her elegant and refined smile was very moving. If you can master the other weapon, it will be a surprise to those enemies who are familiar with you. I believe that after the incident in Holy Bell City, many people have already begun to study your spear technique. If they target your weakness, it will be more embarrassing for you. Shilan's voice paused slightly before she continued. If you change to another weapon, then your weakness will no longer be a flaw. Do you understand what I mean? Chu Hen nodded solemnly. I have always believed that with talent and hard work, there is nothing that cannot be done. I will try to learn another weapon without affecting the improvement of my spear technique. Instructor, what weapon do you recommend I use? I think this suits you very well. Chapter 157. I think this suits you very well. Along with Shilan's gentle voice, a strange black saber appeared in her palm. As soon as this item appeared, a wave of clear and melodious sound of air trembling resounded in the air. This is... Chu Hen's handsome brows raised as he looked at the saber in front of him with astonishment in his eyes. The saber was more than 3 feet long, and its appearance was similar to a long sword. The body of the saber was black like ink, and the blade was suffused with a silver luster. The back of the saber was relatively wide and thick, and it had 9 teeth moreover. There was a strange pattern on the surface of the black saber. The pattern was like the sharp teeth of a powerful, fierce beast, and it emitted an extremely cold and murderous aura. Treasure. It's definitely a treasure. Chu Hen, who grew up in the general's estate in Flaming Rain City, was rather knowledgeable about various weapons. The black saber in front of him gave off an extremely piercingly cold and sharp aura. It was definitely not an ordinary item. This saber is called Limitless Fang. Shilan's red lips parted slightly, and traces of inexplicable sorrow flashed in her beautiful eyes that were like autumn water. She sent the black saber to Chu Hen. I'm giving it to you now. Giving it to me? Chu Hen was obviously taken aback. Yes, Shilan nodded lightly, and her beautiful eyes looked straight at him. That day when I was attacked by that person in the Heaven Lake mountain range, if you didn't wake me up, I'm afraid I would have died in the Hatred Illusory Formation. Originally, I should give you an additional 5,000 star points, but that's my personal matter after all, so I should thank you in private. There's no need for that, instructor. Chu Hen laughed heartily, and he rubbed his nose in slight embarrassment. Instructor, you've saved me time and time again. It's nothing for me to help you once. Take it. You won't be able to find a suitable close combat weapon in a short period of time. Accepting it can be considered as helping me to let go of some of the pain from the past. Pain? Tutor, what do you mean? Shilan looked a little gloomy. She looked at the black saber in her hand and murmured, This was originally a gift for my brother. I see. Then all the more I can accept it, mentor. But he's dead. What? As soon as these words came out, Chu Hen immediately froze on the spot. His pupils faintly trembled, but he didn't know what to say. Shilan's eyes were filled with uncontrollable grief. Her fingertips gently stroked the blade of Limitless Fang, as if she was caressing the tender cheeks of her beloved younger brother. I can still clearly remember how happy he was when he first obtained the Limitless Fang. He jumped onto the rooftop excitedly and shouted that he would become a peak expert in this world in the future. After so many years, I should let go of this matter. I believe that Shichin doesn't want to see me living in the shadows of the past. Shilan murmured to herself softly. Her gentle and sad look was especially pitiful. Then she looked at Chu Hen again and said, "Although it's not very polite to give you an item from a deceased person, I think you're the most suitable person for this limitless Fong." Hearing Shilan's trembling voice, Chu Hen felt an indescribable heaviness in his heart. This black saber called Limitless Fong carried too many of Shilan's emotions. Now that she gave this saber to him, on a certain level, she was entrusting her younger brother's long-cherished wish to him. This was a precious and heavy gift. What virtue or ability do I, Chu Hen, have to receive such favor from teacher? Chu Hen let out a deep breath of relief. He immediately extended his hand and received the limitless tooth from the other party's hand. Tutor, from today onwards, I will definitely do my best to restore the glory of the limitless Fong. Also, please walk out of the pain of the past and let go of the burden in your heart. Shi Lan's delicate body trembled slightly. Her misty eyes were full of complex emotions as she looked at the handsome young man in front of her. The warm sunlight shone through the lush leaves of the maple trees. It shone on Chu Hen's fair face, making him look a little hazy. A gentle breeze blew, rolling up the fiery red maple leaves on the ground. In an instant, another young figure seemed to appear in front of Shi Lan's eyes. It was the same slender figure, handsome face, and determined eyes. This blurry figure was already very familiar to Shi Lan. Her pupils trembled slightly as if she saw the two young figures overlapping in front of her. Zan, a crisp metallic sound suddenly came from the limitless Fong, and the cold blade flashed with a dazzling light. At this moment, Shi Lan seemed to feel as if the sun had just returned, and the shackles in her heart seemed to have been quietly unlocked in an instant. Subsequently, her vision became clear once again, and the person standing in front of her was still Chu Hen. Good luck! In another 5 months, it'll be the Academy Martial Competition. Although there won't be many new students participating, you surely won't be absent, right? Shi Lan said in a light voice. Academy Martial Competition? Chu Hen was startled. That's right. The imperial capital has a total of 31 high-ranked martial houses that have jointly organized the Academy Martial Competition. The top geniuses of the various academies will participate. To you, this is a good training opportunity. After all, Chu Hen was only a new student. No matter how high his natural talent was, the time he entered the academy and his age was still young. Compared to those top monstrous geniuses, there was still quite a gap. Shi Lan didn't think about what ranking chin she would obtain in the competition, so she just took it as a training opportunity. The Academy Martial Competition. Chu Hen clenched his fists and asked in a low voice. In other words, Wei Qing Fan will participate as well. Shi Lan's beautiful brows raised slightly. She'd heard of Chu Hen's encounters in the imperial capital during these past few months. He was continuously rejected by 27 high-ranked martial houses, and presumably the reason behind it was related to Wei Qing Fan. Coupled with the trip to St. Bell City, Chu Hen and Wei Qing Fan were always at odds with each other. It could be seen that the enmity between the two of them had practically reached an irreconcilable degree. If you want to defeat Wei Qing Fan, it'll be difficult. Shi Lan said, high-grade spirit talismans aren't allowed in the Academy Martial Competition. I don't intend to defeat him with spirit talismans. Chu Hen clenched his fists tightly, and a ghastly chill surged in his eyes. No matter what kind of monstrous genius Wei Qing Fan was, Chu Hen pondered in his heart. Once he encountered Wei Qing Fan in the Academy Martial Competition, he would definitely go all out. The bleak autumn wind blew past, and a wave of coldness was especially clear. In the following period of time, Chu Hen immersed himself in a fast-paced, high-quality state of cultivation. Every morning he practiced spear techniques, in the afternoon he studied saber techniques, and at night he tried to control the power of the runes and learn the most basic rune arrangement. Almost every day, Chu Hen's schedule was full. Even Mu Feng, who was used to being lazy, seemed to be stimulated by Chu Hen's diligence. Soon, Mu Feng also reduced the number of times he went out, and he was obviously much more hardworking than before. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed quietly. As these 3 months passed, not only individual people, but all the genius students in the entire Tensei prefecture, and even all the high-ranked martial houses in the imperial capital, entered a tense state of cultivation. There was no other reason than the Academy Martial Competition that was going to take place in 2 months. The Academy Martial Competition. This was the stage for all the monstrous geniuses to show off their abilities, and it was also the feast that everyone in the imperial capital was looking forward to. The gathering of the wind and clouds, the competition between dragons and tigers. All kinds of top geniuses gathered in one place, staged a shocking battle between the strong. All the geniuses who wanted to participate in this Academy Martial Competition quietly entered a tense state of preparation. Under the attention of everyone, it was about to usher in a dazzling starlight Maple Forest Plaza. Boom! Accompanied by a heavy explosion, the scattered power of true essence wantonly leaked out from one side of the plaza. Chu Hen, who was holding the Demon Punisher spear, and Lu Yu, who was holding a long sword, retreated to the back. That's enough. Shilan's voice sounded. Under the gaze of Li Hui, Zhou Lu, He Qingyuan, Bian Hong, and the others, Chu Hen and Lu Yu simultaneously withdrew the aura that they released. Lu Yu smiled. Not bad. Junior brother Chu Hen, your spear technique has improved so much. Chu Hen also smiled. That's because senior sister went easy on me. I didn't go easy on you. A few days ago, I discovered 2 flaws in your spear technique, but they actually disappeared today. The others at the side also secretly nodded, expressing their affirmation. Chu Hen smiled and did not say anything. His gaze then turned to Shilan, who was not far away. The latter's delicate eyebrows had a hint of admiration, and it could be seen that she also acknowledged Chu Hen's improvement. In the beginning, Chu Hen's spear technique was not flexible enough, and it was easy for him to be suppressed at close range. Lu Yu's sword technique was the agile type, and her sword was just 3 feet long, slightly shorter than an ordinary sword. In close combat, it just happened to be able to restrain Chu Hen. In the previous few sparring sessions, Chu Hen was indeed a little difficult to deal with, but as his spear technique continued to be perfected and improved, Chu Hen's spear technique became more and more exquisite. In the sparring session that just ended, Chu Hen maintained a suitable distance from Lu Yu from beginning to end. He fully displayed the advantage of the spear, and there was almost no chance for Lu Yu to get close. Next, Bian Hong and He Qingyuan will be sparring. The 2 of you, go up the wooden stake formation. Yes, the 2 nodded. At this moment, a team slowly walked over from the south of the square. Haha, Mentor Shilan, your students are all familiar with each other's moves. Why don't you spar with my direct students? There was a hint of frivolity in his hearty laughter. All the students on the maple stakes were stunned, and their gazes swept over in unison. They saw that the leader of the team was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He wore a green robe and had an excited smile on his face. Mentor Yui? He's here to find trouble with Mentor Shilan again. There's going to be a good show. Chapter 158. It's Tutor Yui. He's here to pick a fight with Tutor Shilan again. As they stared at the middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared on the Maple Forest Stake Plaza with a team of students, the surrounding crowd cast curious gazes over as they whispered to each other in low voices. Meanwhile, the students on Tutor Shilan's side could not help but frown. Who is this? Chu Hen asked Lu Yu, who was next to him. A core tutor from our school. He lost to Tutor Shilan in the selection of core tutors for the past 2 years. So Yui has been feeling unbalanced and often comes to make things difficult for her. Lu Yu answered unhappily. Although Tensei Prefecture was not as glorious as it was in the past, the quality of teachers had always been maintained at a relatively high standard. There were a total of 7 core tutors in the entire school. Including Song Qinglai, who had been promoted to an elder, there were 8 in the selection of tutors not long ago. Song Qinglai, Shadowless, and Shilan were the 3 leaders of the core team. To most people, there was nothing wrong with this. However, in the eyes of a few people, Shilan did not have this qualification. Firstly, she was too young and lacked experience as a core tutor in many aspects. For example, Shilan had never led a team before in the Heaven Lake monster hunt. Secondly, Shilan had only been in Tensei Prefecture for a short period of time. For example, Song Qinglai and Shadowless had been in the school for more than 10 years. Be it their qualifications or teaching abilities, they were unquestionable. No one objected to them becoming the 3 main leaders of the core team. However, Shilan had only been in the school for 4 years. Including this year, it was only her 5th year. She was young, and she did not have enough experience. Naturally, there would be people who were jealous of Shilan. Tutor Yu-yi was also unwilling to fall behind Shilan, so he would come to make things difficult for her from time to time. Haha, Mentor Shilan, there are still 2 months before the All-Academy Martial Arts competition. In order to make the students of our academy improve together, I suggest that the students of our 2 academies compete with each other to improve. What do you think? Yu-yi walked up to Shilan and the others with a frivolous smile on his face. The 30 or so young men and women behind him also had frivolous and playful expressions on their faces. Their provocation was obvious. Shilan's eyes were as calm as an ancient well, without the slightest ripple. To be honest, she didn't like this kind of pointless battle. Moreover, she didn't care about the title of a core instructor. However, Yu-yi was right about one thing. The academy martial competition was just around the corner, so it wasn't a bad idea to have the students spar with each other. Since instructor Yu-yi is interested, let's begin. Without any hesitation, Shilan agreed without hesitation. Ha! Yu-yi smiled, but a cold glint flashed across his squinted eyes. He turned to the side and said to the high-spirited young men and women behind him, Mentor Shilan's disciples are all elites among geniuses. You must take this seriously and not be careless. Yes, Mentor, the crowd replied in unison, their voices as loud as thunder. TSK, what's with the pretense? Lu Yu, Zhou Lu, Li Hui, and the others were disgusted by Yu Yi's strange tone. Chu Hen, who was standing to the side, narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyebrows revealed a hint of contemplation. Not long after he finished speaking, a young man with a medium build and short hair walked out first. It's Liao Hua. Liao Hua's strength had already broken through to the 9th level of the element opening realm a few months ago. It seems like Instructor Yu-yi wants to completely suppress Instructor Shilan's team this time. The crowd on the Maple Forest Steak Plaza was in a heated discussion, and the nearby crowd gradually gathered to watch. Hee, let me take the lead first. The young man named Liao Hua leaped up, then landed steadily on a 2-meter-tall stake in the middle of the wooden stake array. A hint of playfulness hung at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Bian Hong and He Qing Yuan in front of him. Senior brothers, I wonder who will be the first to fight? Humph. Bian Hong sneered, his eyes still filled with disdain. You, Liao Hua, dare to challenge the 2 of us? Hee, I wouldn't dare to challenge you. It's purely a sparring match. I hope senior brother will go easy on me. Liao Hua smiled casually. Senior brother Bian Hong, you go down first. Let me fight this battle. He Qing Yuan said lightly, his calm eyes revealing a hint of sharpness. Bian Hong nodded, not saying anything else. Be careful. With that, his figure moved, and he landed steadily on the wooden stake array. On the still wooden stake array, He Qing Yuan and Bian Hong faced each other, giving off the feeling that they were ferocious beasts that were about to start a slaughter. Senior brother Qing Yuan will definitely win. Senior brother Liao Hua, you can do it. Kick him down. Defeat this arrogant guy. The supporters of both sides were shouting and cheering. He Qingyuan and Liao Hua were both ranked geniuses in the entire Tensei prefecture, so naturally, both sides had a lot of supporters. "Please, Senior Brother Qingyuan, Senior Brother Qingyuan," Liao Hua said with a faint smile. "Humph, be careful." Before he finished speaking, He Qingyuan instantly rushed out, a frighteningly cold aura gushing out like a tidal wave, fiercely suppressing Liao Hua in front of him. He Qingyuan moved on the wooden stake as if he was walking on flat ground, his eyes not paying attention to his feet, but focused on his opponent in front of him. "Hee, I won't let you down, Senior Brother." Buzz! Just as He Qingyuan was less than 3 meters away from his opponent, a powerful aura suddenly rose from his body, and a scorching heat wave spread out. Liao Hua directly raised his hand and punched out. Buzz! The surrounding air trembled, and a red beam of light shot out, setting off a scorching hot attack towards He Qingyuan. "Humph!" A trace of disdain appeared the corner of He Qingyuan's mouth, and a treasured sword suddenly appeared in his hand. With a flash of silver light, he raised his hand and directly split the fire beam in half. Fireballs filled the sky like fireworks, exploding in the air above the wooden stake array. Swoosh! He Qingyuan pushed off the wooden stake with the tip of his foot and glided out like a swallow returning to its nest. His powerful sword aura was like a mountain, full of surging killing power. "Beautifully done, Senior Brother Qingyuan," Lu Yu shouted in surprise. At the side, Chu Hen also inwardly nodded his head. No matter if it was in terms of reaction or aura, He Qingyuan's sword could be said to be flawless. However, in comparison, Liao Hua's first move shouldn't only have this much power, right? As expected, before He Qingyuan's attack could even reach Liao Hua's body, the fireball that had just been split apart actually gathered together from all directions with the momentum of returning to its cage. In an instant, He Qingyuan found himself in the center of the chaotic energy. Countless fiery rain swept over in an earth-shattering manner. It turned out that Liao Hua's previous move was only to lure the enemy in, and this second move was the true killing move hidden behind. "Haha, this is the real deal. Senior Brother Liao Hua will definitely win," the students behind you shouted loudly in satisfaction. Feeling the ferocious fireballs attacking from all directions, He Qingyuan's expression changed slightly, and he immediately gritted his teeth. He completely ignored the fireballs and directly raised his sword to attack Liao Hua. Damn no way! Exchanging injury for injury, trading life for life. No one expected He Qingyuan to be so ruthless to himself and ruthless to his enemies. Of course, in the eyes of Lu Yu, Bian Hong, and the others, He Qingyuan's move was the best choice. Although it was only the beginning, if He Qingyuan chose to protect himself and gave up on attacking, he would clearly lose the initiative. Once the initiative was lost, his chances of victory would plummet. In a situation where his chances of victory were greatly reduced, he might as well exchange injury for injury. While he was attacked, he could also weaken the enemy's fighting strength. Humph! Don't even think about succeeding. A dark glint flashed through Liao Hua's eyes as a surging aura stirred up the airflow in all directions. The former clasped his palms together as his aura, which was stronger than He Qingyuan's 9th-level element opening realm, rose. In the next instant, a fiery light screen rose into the sky like a huge wave, blocking between the two. Boom! The thunderous collision of true yuan instantly shook the top of the wooden stake array. He Qingyuan's dazzling sword attack solidly bombarded the layer of flame light in front of him. In an instant, the eyes of everyone present were filled with the monstrous ball of fire. The fierce sword phantom and the scorching flame constantly intertwined and tore at each other, and the powerful shockwave rushed towards the surrounding crowd. Dazzling like a ray of light, more than half of the wooden stake array was swallowed by the powerful shockwave. Fortunately, the wooden stakes used in this wooden stake array were not ordinary trees, but an extremely sturdy refining material. Each of the wooden stakes could withstand an extremely large impact force. Therefore, no matter what the crowd did today, as long as Shilon and Yu Yi did not make a move, there was no need to worry about the wooden stake array being destroyed. Bang! Once again, a huge shock wave roared in all directions, and an astonishing sword aura flew wildly along with the raging flames. Following that, the two young figures retreated from each other. Everyone was shocked. They saw that the front of Liao Hua's clothes had been cut open, but he was not injured. He nimbly somersaulted backwards and landed safely on a wooden stake behind him. In comparison, He Qingyuan was in a much more difficult situation. Many parts of his body were charred, and his face was slightly pale. There was a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He spun a few times in the air and finally landed on the ground. The battle was over in an instant. Although it was only 2 or 3 moves, the scene was really amazing. Senior brother Qingyuan, how are you? Are you all right? Lu Yu and a few of his companions hurried forward to ask about his injuries. He Qingyuan shook his head, indicating that he was fine. As for the students on Yu Yi's side, they naturally cheered in surprise and were especially excited. Hee, thanks for letting me win. Senior brother Qingyuan. Liao Hua mocked from the wooden stake. Yu Yi's face also revealed a thick, disdainful smile. Chapter 159. The victor between He Qingyuan and Liao Hua was decided in just a few moves. The former was injured and fell to the ground, while Liao Hua was still standing on the wooden stake and scathed. After He Qingyuan suffered a setback, Bian Hong leaped up and steadily landed on the wooden stake formation. It was obvious that he wanted to help He Qingyuan regain his face. Go, senior brother Bian Hong. Avenge senior brother Qingyuan. Senior brother Liao Hua will definitely win. Let Shilan's team see the power of our Yui team. Humph. Bian Hong sneered disdainfully and pointed at Liao Hua in front of him, saying, Are you ready? Feeling the opponent's surging aura that was stronger than He Qingyuan's, Liao Hua frowned slightly, a hint of seriousness appearing in his eyes. Bian Hong was not someone to be trifled with, especially since he had already seen Liao Hua's attack pattern from below the stage. He probably knew how to deal with it. Of course, Liao Hua was not afraid. They had come prepared today. If they were not capable, they would be too embarrassed to say that they were here to cause trouble. He, junior brother Liao Hua, senior brother Bian Hong, is a top genius student who has obtained 30,000 star points. You have just fought a round. So let me be senior brother Bian Hong's opponent this round. Along with an indifferent chuckle, a young figure dressed in black walked out from behind the core instructor Yu Yi with steady steps. This person had fair skin and could not be said to be heroic, but he gave off a faint sense of danger. On his chest, there was a black badge of the Heavenly Star Martial House. It was the black badge that represented 30,000 star points. Its senior brother Luo Ao, instructor Yu Yi's strongest student. Things are getting more and more interesting. As soon as this young man named Luo Ao appeared, the square couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Lu Yu, He Qingyuan, Li Hui, and the others' expressions changed slightly. Even Luo Ao had appeared. It seemed that Yu Yi was here to humiliate them. A faint light flashed in the corner of Chu Hen's eyes. Luo Ao. He had seen this name before on Nebula Pavilion's Star Branch ranking. He seemed to be ranked 5th or 6th. He had forgotten the exact number, but it was very near the front. Today's situation was a little troublesome for Shilan's team. Senior brother Luo Ao is right. I'm afraid I don't have the ability to fight with senior brother Bian Hong. So let senior brother Luo Ao do it. Liao Hua gave a strange smile, and with a flash of his body he retreated from the wooden stake array. Luo Ao then gently stomped his feet, and his whole body leaped up and landed on a wooden stake. Senior Bian Hong, please enlighten me. Humph. Stop putting on an act in front of me. Looking at your stinky face makes me feel nauseous. Bian Hong's face was filled with disgust. At the same time, a powerful stream of primary energy surged out like waves. A steady stream of golden light quickly gathered on his right arm. Without saying a word, Bien Hong raised his hand and blasted out a punch. A circle of dazzling golden light flickered like the sun. A strong wind suddenly rose, and the flood-like true essence turned into a surging shock wave that rushed toward Luo Ao. In the face of such an astonishing attack, Luo Ao's face was unhurried. At the same time, wisps of cyan true essence gathered between his left fingers at an extremely fast speed, like a joyful stream. Whoosh! Luo Ao flipped his wrist and flicked his fingertip. A beam of cyan-flowing light burst out and collided with Bien Hong's true essence shock wave. Boom! As soon as the two forces collided, a violent turbulence exploded in the air. Under the astonished gazes of the audience, the true essence shock wave blasted out by Bien Hong was split in the middle by the cyan beam of light. The condensed beam of light was like an arrow that cut through the wind and pierced through the waves. It was extremely powerful. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the beam of light had already penetrated Bien Hong's power and quickly swept toward the latter's chest. Humph! An insignificant skill. It's not elegant at all, Bien Hong shouted sternly. He raised his hand and punched the cyan light head-on. The fist that glowed with a golden light seemed to have been soaked in the holy light of the sun, and it was extremely deterrent. With a bang, the cyan light abruptly shattered Bien Hong on the spot. Hee, senior brother Bien Hong is really domineering. Luo Ao lightly smiled, a sharp, cold light flashing in the corner of his eyes. His nimble movements were like a dragonfly skimming the water. He passed over 30 wooden stakes in a row and directly rushed in front of Bien Hong. His palms that were covered with true essence were like 2 palm blades. Be careful, senior brother Bien Hong. My true essence sharp blade is very sharp. Swish! Luo Ao proudly sneered, and his palm blade slashed toward his opponent's face like a green knife. Bien Hong's complexion changed slightly, and he dodged to the side. A strand of hair beside his ear touched Luo Ao's palm blade and was instantly cut off. Everyone in the field was shocked. The sharpness of Luo Ao's palm blade was comparable to that of a divine weapon that could cut through hair and could cut through iron like mud. It was likely that one's skin would be torn apart with just a touch. Without waiting for Bien Hong to stabilize his footing, Luo Ao attacked again. In desperation, Bien Hong could only continue to launch his defense. Luo Ao's offensive was exceptionally fierce, fast, accurate, and ruthless. It was aimed at the opponent's vital points. At this time, the effect of Bien Hong's long-term practice on the wooden dummy array came into play. Although Luo Ao launched a fierce attack, Bien Hong was still calm and steady, constantly changing the wooden dummies as if they were flying. Of course, if Bien Hong couldn't find an opportunity to counterattack, the result would be very disadvantageous to him. Bang! Boom! The violent collision of forces continued to wantonly in mid-air. The rhythm of Bien Hong and Luo Ao's confrontation was getting faster and faster. Sparks flew in all directions, and it was a dazzling sight. After no less than 30 moves, not only was Bien Hong unable to reverse the situation, but he was also getting more and more disadvantaged. Hee, with this little ability, you want to fight with senior brother Luo Ao? Senior brother Luo Ao, stop playing around. Let's end this quickly. It seems that the so-called Shilan team, with the strongest comprehensive strength in this school, is just an undeserved reputation. Liao Hua and the other students behind Core Mentor You were talking loudly and unscrupulously. Shilan, who was on Chu Hen's side, had a calm expression on her face. Her eyes were as calm as an ancient well, and she just quietly looked at the 2 people on the wooden stakes array. Mother ***, what are you showing off for? Li Hui Yi cursed in a deep voice with dissatisfaction. Humph! If senior brother Ji Xian was here, Luo Ao wouldn't even dare to say a word, Another female disciple of Shi Lan's direct line said, "If senior brother Ji Xian was here, they wouldn't even dare to come. They only dare to show off now that senior brother Ji Xian is training outside." Listening to the words of the people around him, Chu Hen raised his eyelids slightly. He was more or less curious about Ji Xian. How strong was the strongest genius in the whole school in Tensei Prefecture? Just at this time, the scene that happened on top of the wooden stake formation abruptly pulled Chu Hen's thoughts back. That guy. Chu Hen frowned and murmured in a deep voice, "He actually hid his strength." Chu Hen was not the only one who was shocked. The other people on the table were also shocked, and the people on Yu Yi's side had even more complacent smiles on their faces. Boom! Luo Ao's aura suddenly became abnormally strong without any warning, and it instantly suppressed Bian Hong, who was at the peak of the 9th stage of the element opening realm. The green light was like a surging wave, sweeping towards Luo Ao with a sweeping power. What? Core transformation realm. Bian Hong's face suddenly changed, and he was as pale as a sheet. Chapter 160. Core transformation stage. Sensing Luo Ao's powerful aura that had suddenly increased by more than 10 times, Bian Hong's face suddenly turned as pale as a sheet, and his pupils that had shrunk to the size of a needlepoint were filled with panic. Shi Lan's direct disciples and the surrounding onlookers were equally shocked. No one had expected Luo Ao to break through to the core transformation stage. From the beginning, Luo Ao had been playing with Bian Hong like a cat toying with a mouse. He had been waiting for this moment. "Hee, I'm done playing with you." A smug and contemptuous smile appeared on Luo Ao's face. Powerful true qi swept out like a mountain. Luo Ao clasped his palms together, and an incomparably surging cyan light quickly converged towards the center. A cyan sword shadow then transformed into a cyan sword. Great Luo illusory sword art. Buzz, buzz. A piercingly cold aura shook the airflow in all directions, and the pressure was comparable to the attack of a mountain. "Bian Hong, be careful!" "Lu Yu?" "He Qingyuan," and the others' expressions changed. Bian Hong similarly turned pale with fright, and besides his shock, he pushed out his palms, causing his powerful true essence to instantly condense into a golden seal before his hands. The golden seal was so solid that it seemed material, and the violent and uneasy energy fluctuations it emitted caused even space to faintly tremble without end. "Mountain-splitting earth seal!" Bian Hong shouted angrily, and his gloomy face was exceptionally fierce. At this moment he was really angry to the extreme. He felt as if he was being played with, and he couldn't wait to smash the hateful bastard in front of him into pieces. However, there was an essential gap between the elemental opening stage and the core transformation stage. Bang! With a loud bang, the green sword shadow collided with the golden seal, and an incomparably violent force directly spread out in all directions from between the two. The powerful shock wave rolled up the dust and sand on the ground, and the ground under everyone's feet shook uneasily. "Kacha!" Following that, cracks began to appear on the golden seal. Bian Hong's pupils suddenly trembled. With a loud bang, the golden seal was directly shattered on the spot, and an unstoppable power surged out. In the next moment, the green sword shadow's attack did not weaken, and it hit Bian Hong's chest. Bang! A circle of scattered true inner energy wantonly leaked out. Bian Hong's body shook violently, and the clothes on his chest were blasted into pieces. The powerful attack surged into his body, displacing his internal organs and causing his qi and blood to surge. A large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his entire body fell from the wooden stake array. Senior brother Bian Hong, Wu Zhe, and his companions were startled and hurriedly rushed forward to catch him. However, as soon as it came into contact with Bian Hong, it was like a mountain was flying towards him, and the violent might of the force was like a torrent that had broken through a dam, and it was impossible to resist. Wu Zhe and the other young man were directly brought back by Bian Hong. Their feet were sliding along the ground, and the soles of their feet were burning from the friction. Damn it! The expressions of He Qingyuan, Lu Yu, and the others, who were not far away, changed drastically. The strength of a core transformation realm martial artist was actually this powerful. Just as Bian Hong, Wu Zhe, and the others were about to fall to the ground with heavy injuries, a loud boom rang out. The three of them suddenly stopped in their tracks. At the same time, the ground beneath their feet suddenly split open with over 10 cracks that were 5 to 6 meters long. Dust flew everywhere, and mud and stones flew everywhere. Everyone present was stunned. What was going on? Then, everyone present noticed that there was actually a young figure standing behind Bian Hong, Wu Zhe, and the others. That is, senior brother Chu Hen, Li Hui, Zhou Lu, and the others' eyes lit up. The whole audience was in an uproar and everyone was shocked. They saw Chu Hen's hand supporting Wu Zhe's and the other young man's backs, and the two of them caught Bian Hong. Chu Hen actually caught all three of them by himself. If it was just that, it would not be a big deal. However, the powerful force just now was caused by Luo Ao, who was at the core transformation realm. While Chu Hen caught the three of them, he was not even able to take half a step back. Are you all right? Lu Yu, He Qingyuan, Li Hui, and the others also came to the front of the few people. Chu Hen shook his head slightly, and his handsome face did not show any unusual expression. On the contrary, Wu Zhe and Bian Hong were stunned. They never thought that the person who helped them would be Chu Hen. After all, everyone knew that Bian Hong and Wu Zhe had always been prejudiced against Chu Hen, and no one expected that he would repay evil with good. This was especially true for Wu Zhe, who had previously fought with Chu Hengdong. At this moment, he was feeling a little ashamed. Thank you. Wu Zhe lowered his head and thanked Huang Xiaolong awkwardly. Chu Hen smiled and did not say much. Then, they helped the weak Bian Hong back to teacher Shilan sighed. Hee, I'm sorry, senior brother Bian Hong. I used too much force and did not control my strength well. Sorry. A sarcastic laughter came from the wooden stake array. Luo Ao's words were not apologetic at all. Lu Yu, He Qingyuan, and the others were annoyed, and their faces were gloomy and angry. I wonder who is going to fight next. Luo Ao stood on the wooden stake array, looking down at Shilan and the others in front of him with eyes full of arrogance. This was a blatant provocation. On the other side, core teacher Yu still had a happy expression on his face. He was proud of being able to teach a genius like Luo Ao. Yu was waiting for this moment. He wanted to tell everyone that he was the leader of the core team of Tensei Prefecture. The square was full of discussions and whispers. I didn't expect senior brother Luo Ao to break through to the core transformation stage. Amazing. There are very few students in our Tensei Prefecture, and the number of students who have reached the core transformation stage can be counted on one hand. Senior brother Luo Ao has really made the school proud. We have another strong competitor in the school's martial arts competition in 2 months. While the surrounding people were amazed by Luo Ao, the situation of Shilan's team became particularly awkward. Apart from the few monstrous geniuses who were outside, only Bian Hong and Wu Zhe had the highest cultivation level. Now that even they had been defeated, who else could be Luo Ao's opponent? What should they do next? Luo Ao's body was full of provocation. Haha, no one dares to fight? Everyone was silent, and their brows were tightly knitted. However, Shilan was particularly calm, as if in her opinion it didn't matter who won or lost this battle. You win. These simple words did not contain the slightest emotional fluctuation. Shilan seemed to have no intention of continuing to fight. Before her voice died away, Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and 2 cold lights flashed in his dark pupils. He immediately stepped forward without hesitation. Swoosh! Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind followed, and a strong gust of air engulfed the stage. Everyone's heart was slightly startled. A swift and fierce figure rushed ahead of Chu Hen and leapt onto the wooden stake formation. This figure came from outside the square, and he was travel-worn, but his powerful aura attracted the attention of everyone present. "Hey, Luo Ao, you're really arrogant. Why are you showing off here when we're not in the school?" Boom! In an instant, everyone was shocked. Chapter 161. "Hey, Luo Ao, you're really arrogant. What are you doing here when we're not in the academy?" A voice full of contempt and disdain suddenly spread to everyone's ears. In an instant, everyone present was shocked. The eyes of Lu Yu, He Qingyuan, Bian Hong, and the others lit up as they looked at the young figure that had flashed and landed on the wooden pillar. He was travel-worn, and he seemed as if he had just returned from outside. However, the powerful aura within his body caused everyone to be surprised. "Senior Brother Qingye, you're back!" Lu Yu and the others shouted in surprise. Qingye was a genius student and instructor, Shilan's team. He had gone to the outside world to cultivate as a new student this year, but no one expected him to suddenly return at this time. However, for the students in Shilan's team who were in an awkward situation at the moment, Cheng Ye's return was like a timely rain. Cheng, you did not immediately respond to Lu Yu and the others. He looked at Luo Ao in front of him with a playful expression. "Please, hey." Luo Ao also responded with a frivolous sneer. "Qingye, it seems that you're not qualified to stand here and stand out. With your level, how dare you put on an act here?" Everyone in the surroundings frowned slightly. Everyone knew what Luo Ao meant. Even though the aura Changyu emitted was strong, it seemed to be a little bit away from the core transformation stage. His cultivation was probably halfway into the core transformation stage, but he hadn't completely reached this level. "Humph!" Changyu sneered, disapproving of Luo Ao's words. "Why don't you give it a try?" Buzz, a surging aura, was constantly released from Chanya's body, and a cold, murderous aura swept across the field. The surrounding people were secretly surprised. This kind of aura that was full of violent aura could only be possessed by people who had experienced many battles in the outside world. Sometimes high-intensity combat experience could make up for the small gap between the realms. In this way, this battle would be a real fight. Senior Brother Cheng Yu will win. Senior Brother Luo Ao, crush him. Let them see that our instructor Yu Yi's team is one of the 3 strongest teams. The battle was about to begin. Wait, right at this moment, a thunderous voice suddenly exploded from the back of the Maple Forest Steak Plaza. Everyone present felt a sharp pain in their eardrums. In the next instant, a strong gust of air whizzed over, and everyone's expression changed drastically. Under the surprised gazes of the crowd, a young man with a dignified appearance leaped over while shrouded in a thick layer of true inner force. This was a high-spirited and extraordinarily handsome young man. His temperament was extraordinary, and his demeanor was elegant. The aura he exuded caused countless people present to feel an invisible pressure. Senior Martial Brother Ji Xian. It's Senior Martial Brother Ji Xian. An excited shout came from the crowd. Boom! In an instant, the entire Maple Forest Steak Plaza was in an unprecedented uproar. Countless people revealed unconcealable admiration in their eyes. Ji Xian was ranked first on the Star Branch leaderboard and was also the #1 person in Tensei Prefecture. So this is Senior Brother Ji Xian. Zhou Lu was a little excited. In the past, she had only heard of Ji Xian's name, but had never seen Ji Xian in person. Naturally, she was excited. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly, and his face revealed a little surprise. The strong wind swept away the fallen leaves and sand on the ground. Ji Xian's movement technique was elegant, but he did not touch the ground. He glided through the air for dozens of meters and landed on the wooden stake array. His otherworldly and carefree demeanor was fully displayed. Most of the people present could not help but be subdued by the invisible temperament he exuded. Haha! Senior Martial Brother Ji Xian is back. That's great. Congratulations on your return, Senior Martial Brother Ji Xian. As the #1 person in Tensei Prefecture, Ji Xian's popularity was absolutely unquestionable. All kinds of cheers immediately broke out, and Luo Ao's side was directly suppressed. Mentor. Ji Xian first looked back at Xilan, his handsome face full of a gentle smile. Xilan nodded slightly, and her red lips parted slightly. Welcome back. First it was Chengya, and now it was Ji Xian. The return of these two geniuses greatly boosted the morale of Xilan's team. Yu Yi, on the other hand, was frowning, his expression uncertain. Anyone could sense that Ji Xian's invisible aura was many times stronger than Luo Ao's. Senior Martial Brother Ji Xian, this kind of small character, I can handle it. Why bother you to do it yourself? Chengya smiled faintly, his eyes full of disdain for Luo Ao. Ji Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and replied with great interest. Since this junior martial brother Luo Ao is the strongest student under Mentor Yu Yi, then Mentor Xilan's team should naturally let me fight. This is fair, don't you think? The strongest student. No one present disagreed with Ji Xian's words, not to mention Mentor Xilan's team. Even if Ji Xian said that he was the strongest in Tensei Prefecture, no one would refute it. If this sentence was said by others, it would be arrogant and conceited, but coming from Ji Xian, it was an unquestionable fact. Haha, Senior Martial Brother Ji Xian is right. Then I will go down first. Chengya smiled indifferently and immediately jumped down from the wooden stake array. The development of things was more and more beyond everyone's expectations. Mentor Yu Yi's team, which had the upper hand just now, was in a particularly awkward situation in an instant, unable to advance or retreat. Junior Martial Brother Luo Ao, your face doesn't look very good. Ji Xian smiled playfully. Luo Ao frowned, clenched his fists, and shouted in a deep voice. Humph, Ji Xian, don't be too proud. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Ha 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 ha, I didn't say that. Let's decide the winner in one move. What do you think? Decide the winner in one move? The hearts of everyone went cold because this was truly a form of extreme contempt. Luo Ao's eyes were about to spit fire, his face darkened, and a surging true inner force burst out of his body. As you wish. Rumble! There was a thunderous momentum in the air, and the powerful power of the core transformation stage poured out from his body without reservation, and a green light spread in all directions like a stormy sea. The airflow in the square suddenly accelerated. Luo Ao's eyes were full of ruthlessness, and endless true inner force rotated rapidly in front of him, stirring up waves in all directions. Then an illusory green sword shadow gradually turned from transparent to incomparably solid, and an incomparably strong murderous aura caused the surrounding space to fall into a slight tremor. It was the great Luo illusory sword art again. The expressions of everyone in the square became extremely solemn. Compared to the sword that defeated Bianhong just now, the fluctuation of the power produced at this moment was more than 10 times stronger. Humph, Ji Xian, you underestimate me too much. You will pay a painful price. Ha! A playful smile appeared at the corner of Ji Xian's mouth, and he shook his head and said, I did not underestimate you because you are not even qualified to enter my eyes. Arrogance, absolute arrogance. In the next moment, a powerful silver light rose from Ji Xian's body, accompanied by an astonishing and boundless momentum. A pair of illusory and transparent thin wings actually appeared on Ji Xian's back. That is, everyone present widened their eyes, only to see the pair of thin wings flickering with silver light, flowing with light. Then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Ji Xian's figure actually left the wooden stake under his feet and instantly flew more than 30 meters into the air. This? True inner force wings? F*CK. Senior Brother Ji Xian is too freaking monstrous. At this moment, everyone in the square was shocked, and there was no one who was not shocked. Even Chu Hen's pupils could not help but shrink, and there was a look of surprise on his face. It was common knowledge that on the path of martial Tao, only those who had broken through to the void-piercing stage could fly in the air and not be restrained by gravity. However, before reaching the void-piercing stage, core transformation stage experts could try to use true inner force wings to achieve the effect of staying in the air for a short period of time. True inner force wings consumed a lot of energy, and the time one could stay in the air was very short. Most importantly, one's strength must reach the late stage of the core transformation stage. In other words, one's cultivation base must be at least the 5th level core transformation stage. In other words, GCN's cultivation base had already reached the 5th level core transformation stage. Oh my God! As expected of the number 1 genius in our Tensei prefecture, Senior Brother GCN is really amazing. Victory, Senior Brother GCN. One was at the 5th level core transformation stage, and the other was at the 1st level core transformation stage. There was no suspense in this battle at all. Yu Yi's face had long since turned ashen. Previously, Shilan had never revealed Jixian's true cultivation, so everyone had assumed that Jixian was at most at the 2nd or 3rd level. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that Jixian was so far ahead of all the other geniuses in the academy. Looking at Jixian, who had flashed high up in the sky, Luo Ao's heart trembled. How is this like riding a tiger and being unable to back down? It's like falling into a tiger's pit. However, the arrow was already on the bowstring, and it had to be released. Luo Ao gritted his teeth and gathered all his strength on the green sword shadow in front of him. The powerful and surging aura attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Buzz, a bright green light bloomed, and the space faintly trembled. Luo Ao pushed out both palms with all his strength, and the green sword shadow flew like an aurora, sweeping towards Jixian, who was above him with a shocking killing intent. Great Luo illusory sword art, kill! The biting cold power was extremely strong, and the attack that gathered all of Luo Ao's strength was unusually strong. However, there was only a strong disdain on Jixian's face. He looked down condescendingly, and a wisp of silver light condensed on his right finger like a spirit snake. The extremely restless energy fluctuation was like the magma brewing in the belly of a volcano. Jixian waved his wrist downwards, and a silver beam of light fell down from the sky like a lightning beam. With a shocking momentum, it met the green sword shadow that was flying towards him. Chapter 162. The powerful and surging energy stirred up the airflow in all directions, and the air was filled with waves under the shocked gazes of everyone on the Maple Forest Stake Square. Jixian waved his hand downwards, and a silver beam of light swept out from his fingertips. The extremely violent energy wave suppressed the whole place, like a lightning beam falling from the sky, and with a shocking momentum, it collided with the green sword shadow that was flying towards him at an altitude of about 20 meters. Boom! The confrontation between two monstrous geniuses at the core transformation stage caused the sky to darken and the earth to dim. The powerful shockwave shook the surroundings, and a bright halo suddenly swayed above the wooden stake array, spreading infinitely like ripples on the surface of the water. Everyone on the sidelines was shaken by this powerful shockwave and was forced to retreat. Dead branches and leaves were swept away, and a sudden gust of wind blew, whistling through the whole place. Bang! In the next moment, Luo Ao's strongest attack was directly suppressed, and the solid green sword shadow was instantly shattered, bursting into a ball of scattered true essence like tofu dregs immediately after. The silver beam of light did not reduce its offensive power and directly slashed down on Luo Ao's head. Luo Ao's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip, and his face was filled with a strong sense of horror. Boom! A violent explosion once again sounded in everyone's ears, and the incomparably surging energy wave was completely vented on Luo Ao's body, and the terrifying power was comparable to the attack of a mountain. along with a large mouthful of blood. Luo Ao directly flew out of the wooden stake array and fell heavily to the ground. Senior brother Luo Ao! Several students from Yu Yi's team hurriedly rushed up to check on Luo Ao's situation, only to see that Luo Ao did not have the slightest bit of his previous high-spirited appearance. His whole body was covered in blood, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. One move to decide the outcome. It was better to say that he was defeated in one move. In an instant, everyone's faces revealed a strong sense of horror and fear. Even Chu Hen could not help but secretly shake his head. Sure enough, he was worthy of being the number one on the Star Branch list. With such strength, even among the many monstrous geniuses in the entire Imperial City, he was still among the top. From start to finish, it only took about 10 seconds for the battle to end. The silver wings behind Ji Xian also dissipated, and he steadily landed on the ground. Humph, you can't even withstand a single blow. These 4 simple words were like a resounding slap to the faces of Yu Yi and the others. It was only at this moment that everyone realized how big the gap between Yu Yi's team and Shilan's team was. Good, very good. Yu Yi's entire face was livid with anger. He clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. He suppressed the anger in his heart and shouted in a deep voice, "Let's go!" Ha 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 ha. Senior brother Ji Xian is bullying people the moment he returns? A burst of hearty laughter came from the back of the square. Everyone was startled at first. Then they subconsciously looked in that direction, only to see a bright and energetic young figure sitting on a branch of a big maple tree at the back of the square. He was leaning against a tree trunk with a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. He had a frivolous and carefree temperament. Senior brother Xiaoyan? Everyone's eyes lit up. Senior brother Xiaoyan, you've returned as well? A commotion broke out in the square again. Xiaoyan was a genius ranked second on the Star Branch ranking. His direct mentor was Song Qinglai, who was known as the Devil Lion. Ha! Hello, junior brothers and sisters. Xiao Yan grinned and waved his hand to greet everyone. His bright and hearty smile was very amiable. Compared to Ji Xian, Xiao Yan was the opposite type. The former was more aloof and arrogant, while Xiao Yan's character was similar to Song Qinglai. He was rough with a fine side. Chunya, Ji Xian, Xiao Yan. These geniuses who were traveling outside returned one after another, reminding everyone that the time of the Academy martial competition was getting closer and closer. At that time, battles between dragons and tigers would play out in the entire city. Everyone can clearly see whether it's bullying or not. Ji Xian lifted his gaze slightly and looked at Xiao Yan with interest. But if you don't like it, we can have a spar. I don't have the leisure to fight with you, great genius Ji Xian. I'm just saying casually, don't take it to heart, hee. Up to you. Ji Xian smiled indifferently and didn't say anything further. Subsequently, he flashed down from the wooden stake formation and walked toward Shilan and the others. Lu Yu, He Qingyuan, Chengya, and the others surrounded him. Senior brother Ji Xian, I thought you'd be a month late. Lu Yu said. Haha, I broke through to the 5th level of the core transformation stage early while I was outside, so I came back early. Ji Xian casually replied, and his gaze turned toward Shilan. Teacher, have you been well these days? Shilan's beautiful eyes spun as she glanced sideways at the nearby Chu Hen, and her red lips parted slightly as she spoke with a calm tone. I've been quite well. This slight movement of hers caused Ji Xian to be stunned, and he turned his gaze to look at Chu Hen as well. He glanced sideways and said, This ought to be teacher's new student, Chu Hen, right? I've heard about you on the way here. Even someone like Wei Qing Fan was defeated by you. It's really rare. Ji Xian's tone was relatively calm, and it gave off a gentle feeling. However, when Chu Hen met Ji Xian's gaze, he sensed an indescribable sharpness in the depths of Ji Xian's calm gaze. This kind of sharpness made Chu Hen feel extremely uncomfortable. However, Chu Hen did not reveal his inner feelings. He smiled politely and said, "Senior brother Ji Xian, you're overpraising me. Most of the rumors outside are exaggerated. Senior brother, you don't have to take it seriously." "Haha, I can still distinguish between true and false. Junior brother Chu Hen, you're so capable at such a young age. In the future, under teacher Shilan's guidance, I believe it won't take long for you to achieve great things." The conversation between the two of them caused the people around them to feel even more baffled. It seemed like Ji Xian had never praised someone like this before. Moreover, apart from being polite, there was an indescribable feeling. Was this the first time the two of them met? Could it be that they'd known each other before? At the side, Changya crossed his arms in front of him with an interested expression. "Today's cultivation lesson ends here. You can cultivate on your own." Shilan said indifferently, "Yes, teacher." Everyone nodded and prepared to pack up and disperse. "Practice well," Shilan casually said to Chu Hen as she turned to leave. Chu Hen smiled and nodded. "I understand." Chapter 163. The storm caused by the maple forest pile was easily resolved with Ji Xian's return. His strength was at the 5th stage of the core transformation realm, and he lived up to his reputation as the #1 person in Tensei Prefecture. Maple Forest. In the depths of the uninhabited maple forest, fiery red maple leaves danced in the sky, and the air was filled with layers and layers of vigorous waves. A handsome young man with a determined gaze was brandishing a black saber in his hand. It was a saber with a unique appearance, but did not lose its might. The black saber's body was engraved with a pattern that looked like the fangs of a ferocious beast. There were 9 sharp teeth on the back of the saber, giving off a sharp aura. During the past 3 months, Chu Hen would practice his saber skills for 4 hours every afternoon. Sometimes, Shilan would give him pointers from the side as well. He would practice his spear skills in the morning, study his saber skills in the afternoon, and cultivate his runes and Reiki energy at night. During the past 3 months, Chu Hen repeated the same things every day. There was naturally some boredom, but feeling the increase in power in all aspects, Chu Hen was also extremely happy. Buzz! Swish! The limitless Fong slashed continuously in the air, setting off layers and layers of saber waves. Any maple leaves that were within 10 meters of Chu Hen were directly crushed by the domineering saber ray. The surging saber aura lingered around Chu Hen, and neat ravines appeared on the ground. Chu Hen was only practicing the basic saber skills. In Shilan's words, everything should start from the most basic. Only by laying a solid foundation would the future be easier. Wind-splitting slash. Chu Hen shouted and held the saber's hilt with both hands. The limitless Fong's body shone with a black radiance, and with a slash, a saber ray that was more than 10 meters wide struck a maple tree in front of him with an unstoppable aura. Bang! Wood splinters flew in all directions, and the shock waves spread out. The tree was directly split in half. On the ground between the two, a deep and narrow ravine appeared next to Chu Hen's feet. Phew! Chu Hen let out a deep breath, and the aura around his body retracted. Then he narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Don't be sneaky. Since you're here, why don't you show yourself?" Hee, buzz! Accompanied by a frivolous sneer, a violent gust of wind swept towards Chu Hen. The surging pressure was like a raging torrent. A beam of blue light swept out and flew straight towards Chu Hen. Chu Hen's pupils reflected the incoming stream of light, but he remained motionless. Bang! Dirt flew everywhere and rocks flew everywhere. At Chu Hen's feet, there was once again a ravine that was over 10 meters wide on the ground. Faint white smoke fluttered on the surface of the renovated soil. Chu Hen's face couldn't help but turn cold. Then a young man with a teasing smile slowly walked out from behind a maple tree. Chu Hen frowned slightly and said coldly, "It's you." To Chu Hen's surprise, the person who came was Chanya. Someone asked me to tell you. Chanya squinted at Chu Hen and said casually, "It's better for you to stay away from Mentor Shilan, especially in private. Don't stay with her." Stay away from Mentor Shilan? Chu Hen couldn't help but smile frivolously. "Did Ji Xian ask you to come?" Hee hee, it's good that you know. I see. Chu Hen suddenly understood. No wonder Ji Xian looked at him strangely before. It turned out that the problem was here. It turned out that Ji Xian had always had a crush on Shilan. Of course, this was not strange. It was too normal. There were many people who liked Shilan, so many that it was impossible to count them. Although Shilan was a core mentor in Tensei Prefecture, she was not much older than the students. Not to mention that there was no such thing. Even if there was, it was at most a love between an older sister and a younger brother. Ji Xian wanted to compete for Chu Hen's favor. It was not wrong to say that he wanted to compete with Mentor Shilan. However, Chu Hen didn't care at all. He replied indifferently, "Don't put your self-righteous thoughts on me. I'm not interested in competing with him for favor in front of Mentor Shilan. Ha! You can say whatever you want. However, I heard a few of them say that teacher Shilan thinks very highly of you. Originally, her lessons were held once every 5 days, but because of you, it has become once every 2 days. Also, I heard that the saber in your hand was given to you by Mentor Shilan." "Huh." Chu Hen sneered. "You've heard quite a lot. But what does this have to do with you?" Chu Hen really couldn't stand Chinya's arrogant and conceited attitude, especially when the other party didn't say anything and directly gave Chu Hen a show of strength. This made Chu Hen unable to bring up the slightest bit of good attitude and tone. "Humph. You are indeed arrogant and conceited enough. However, I must remind you that those who go against senior brother Ji Xian in the Heavenly Star Martial House will not have a good ending." Chanya's tone had already become much colder. At the same time, a powerful aura was released from his body and suppressed Chu Hen. "Do you know what kind of people I hate the most?" Chu Hen was fearless. His deep eyes revealed a cold gleam. The first kind is self-righteous and doesn't know how to write the word respect. The second kind is people who rely on their master's power. Coincidentally, you have both of them. You're courting death. Chun Ya's expression instantly became incomparably ashen. A surging aura swept out, causing a layer of dried branches and leaves on the ground to be lifted up. In the next instant, a ball of blue light shot out from Chanya's body and rushed towards Chu Hen. In the process of moving at high speed, the blue light instantly transformed into the shadow of a ferocious wolf. It was aggressive and mighty. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. With a flick of his wrist, a cold gleam flickered and the limitless fang swallowed and spat out a dense black glow. The momentum rose and the saber fell. Bang! The frightening blade light abruptly chopped the blue wolf phantom into pieces, and the violent shockwave spread for dozens of meters. The surrounding maple tree branches and leaves rustled and fell. The air was filled with the sound of waves, and many fallen leaves and branches on the ground were crushed into powder. Without waiting for Chunya to launch another attack, Chu Hen held his saber diagonally, and an awe-inspiring, domineering aura rose. "If you dare to move again, I'll make sure your blood splatters on the spot." Chang Ye's face changed. He saw a talisman already appeared in Chu Hen's other hand. An obscure and violent extreme power was released from it. "Humph. Don't tell me you only know how to rely on the power of a high-grade talisman? That's still better than you relying on your master's power." Chu Hen ridiculed bluntly. "Get out of my sight immediately." Chang Ye's face changed again and again. It was unusually unsightly. Originally, with his half-step core transformation stage cultivation, it was simply a piece of cake for him to bully Chu Hen. However, the power of a high-grade talisman did not allow him to ignore it. "You asked for it. When the time comes and you can't survive in Tensei Prefecture, Don't blame me for not reminding you. Humph. Changya fiercely left behind a ruthless remark. He swung his sleeves angrily and turned to leave, looking at the other party's disappearing figure in the forest. Chu Hen's face was similarly unsightly. He did not intend to cause trouble, but he was not afraid of trouble. Even if Ji Xian was the #1 person in Tensei Prefecture, as long as he bullied him, Chu Hen would definitely not hesitate to give the Devil Punisher spear away. Half an hour later, when Chu Hen returned to his residence, Mu Feng and Lei Zhan were not in the room. Recently, the two of them had been getting along very well. They were as close as real brothers. Of course, Lei Zhan was still rather courteous towards Chu Hen. He was not like Mu Feng, who would spout nonsense at the drop of a hat. In the room, Chu Hen began to repeat his previous cultivation. He released Reiki energy and merged his divine sense into his Naiwen palace. In the dim space, a nearly 2-meter-tall sapling shone with dazzling silver and golden light. Compared to the Tao seed that had just sprouted 3 months ago, the Tao seed had now grown into a street tree. The strength of the Reiki energy was more than 10 times stronger than it was at the beginning. Now, Chu Hen's inscriptionist realm had reached the 9th grade elementary inscriptionist realm. He was only 1 step away from the intermediate inscriptionist realm. Although it was only 1 step away, it was not easy to cross the step. However, once he entered the intermediate inscriptionist realm, the street tree could grow to more than 10 meters, and the strength of the Reiki energy would also increase greatly. Buzz! Immediately, Chu Hen raised his hands and placed his palms against each other. Traces of true primordial energy flowed out like a trickle and quickly gathered together, transforming into a crystal clear rune. This rune was fiery red and bright like glass. It emitted an extremely hot wave of air. This rune was the Raging Fire rune. In the past 3 months, Chu Hen had never slacked on his study of the rune. Then, with a thought, the Raging Fire sigil dissipated, and another white sigil faintly appeared. Following that, Chu Hen successfully condensed a few more runes, one after another. After 3 months of nonstop cultivation, the effect was obvious. Chi, Chi, the silver heavenly thunder rune shone with a beautiful arc lightning arcs, lingered on Chu Hen's palm, emitting an active and manic power. Looking at the heavenly thunder rune in front of him, Chu Hen could not help but think of what Changya had said just now. He could only rely on the power of the advanced spiritual talisman. Humph! Even if I don't use the advanced spiritual talisman, why should I be afraid of you? Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. He did not place Changya in his heart, but Ji Xian's words caused Chu Hen to have no choice but to treat them seriously. Immediately, Chu Hen did not think about anything else. The true primordial energy in his palm changed, and the spirit-gathering rune was condensed. In an instant, the endless spiritual power of heaven and earth surged into Chu Hen's body. At the same time, 2 upper-grade primordial crystals appeared in his palms. The rich spiritual power surged and divided into 2 parts. One went to the Sea of Qi in his dantian, and the other to the Mud Pill Palace in his brain, the all-school martial arts competition. There were still 2 months left. Wei Qing Fan. Chapter 164. Western District of Tensei Prefecture. There was a wide square at the center of a lake here, and flowing water surrounded the square. The broad and majestic arch bridge crossed the river from the south that was more than 10 meters wide and reached the square at the center of the lake. In the morning, Chu Hen accompanied Li Hui, Zhou Lu, He Qingyuan, and the others to this square. This was the mission that Shilan had given them yesterday, and they had to defeat at least 20 opponents in the illusory killing formation. This is my first time coming to the illusory killing formation. Senior brother Qingyuan, what is it like inside the formation? Li Hui was slightly expectant and slightly nervous. He Qingyuan smiled and replied, "The illusory killing formation is a spirit formation that the Tensei Prefecture invited 3 high-level inscriptionists from the imperial city to jointly set up. In order to build this formation, the Academy spent a huge amount of resources and financial resources. Just the high-grade origin crystal stones alone are more than 5 million. What? 5 million high-grade origin crystal stones? Li Hui could not help but gasp. Even Chu Hen could not help but narrow his eyes, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. That's right. In addition to other precious materials, the total cost of this illusory killing formation is nearly 10 million high-grade origin crystal stones. He Qingyuan sighed as well. When this illusory killing formation was built, the martial house was at its peak. Its purpose is to train the students' ability to fight and kill their enemies. When the illusory killing formation is activated, the students who are in the formation will enter an illusion. There will be all kinds of opponents in the illusion. The degree of reality is almost exactly the same as reality, just like fighting with an enemy in reality. Li Hui's eyes lit up, and then he asked Senior Brother Qingyuan, since the Academy has such a good formation, why did we go to the Heaven Lake mountain range to train? We could just stay in the illusory killing formation and practice. You really think it's simple enough? Lu Yu rolled her eyes at him. No matter how real the illusion is, it's still an illusion. Although you will be injured in the illusory killing formation, you can choose to retreat when your life is in danger. But in reality, when you encounter a life-threatening situation, where should you retreat to? I understand, senior sister. Li Hui replied weakly. They couldn't help but smile at each other and shake their heads. I'm a little curious. Chu Hen, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Everyone looked at him in surprise. In its heyday, Tensei Prefecture was the top martial house in the imperial capital. How did it fall to such a state? Chu Hen voiced out the confusion in his heart. To be honest, the teachers of the Heavenly Star Martial House weren't bad. Shilan, Shadowless, Songcheng Lai, and so on, they didn't lack outstanding instructors. Not only that, but they also had the wooden stake array, the illusionary killing array, and other facilities. It was reasonable to say that even if they were suppressed by the other academies, it was impossible for them to be at the bottom. However, as soon as Chu Hen asked this question, everyone looked at each other as if they were looking at a monster, and all of them were astonished. What's wrong? Chu Hen felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by everyone. That? Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Zhou Lu asked tentatively. What do you mean, really or not? However, seeing the confusion on Chu Hen's face, everyone looked at each other. Then Zhou Lu said cautiously, the one who really suppressed Tensei Prefecture wasn't the martial houses in the imperial capital, but the person with the highest authority in the Sacred Star dynasty. The person with the highest authority. The royal family? Chu Hen's pupils shrank. They didn't say anything, indicating that they agreed. What's going on? Zhou Lu pondered for a moment, hesitated, and still answered. Back then, Tensei Prefecture was prosperous and countless geniuses gathered there. There was a young man named Gu Tong who was as bright as a star. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the number one among the younger generation in the imperial capital. Gu Tong was extraordinarily talented and hardworking. However, the heavens were jealous of him. Gu Tong had a grudge with a person with a strong background. In a fit of rage, Gu Tong killed that person. After that, that person's family led people to Tensei Prefecture and asked Principal Jiang to hand him over. Principal Jiang was also a straightforward person. He thought that Gu Tong was innocent and refused to hand him over. In the end, the matter became bigger and bigger, and finally it alerted the royal family. After many layers of connections, the royal family finally stood on the side of the family of the person who was killed and ordered Tensei Prefecture to hand over Gu Tong. Facing the pressure from the royal family, Principal Jiang still wanted to protect Gu Tong. Therefore, with the help of many of his good friends, he secretly sent Gu Tong out of the imperial capital. When Gu Tong escaped, the royal family naturally vented their anger on Tensei Prefecture. However, as there was no clear evidence to prove that Gu Tong was released by Principal Jiang. The royal family couldn't force a conviction. After all, Tensei Prefecture was like the sun at noon in the imperial capital at that time. However, one could imagine the result of going against the royal family. As a result, on the surface and in the shadows, all sorts of suppression came one after another. After several years, Tensei Prefecture had finally fallen to this state. After hearing Zhou Lu's account, Chu Hen also inwardly shook his head. Could the current sovereign be so unreasonable? The one in power today is not His Majesty the Emperor, but the Divine Empress, Zhou Lu. He Qingyuan directly shouted at her from the side. Zhou Lu shrunk her neck back, instantly realizing that she had spoken a little too much. He Qingyuan gazed at Chu Hen, Zhou Lu, and Li Hui, his tone still somewhat solemn. For this sort of matter, it's fine for us martial brothers and sisters to treat it as a joke. There's no need to delve too deeply into it. He Qingyuan was comparatively a rather wise and far-sighted person, and he also had a cautious personality. He knew what could be said and what couldn't be said in the capital. Zhou Lu was rather young and hadn't come into contact with many things, so her mouth was a little unrestrained. Chu Hen faintly smiled. I understand, Senior Qingyuan. Let's go. Today is the time for the first round of the grand array of illusions and deaths to open. Immediately, everyone quickened their pace, crossed the arch bridge, and arrived at the square in the middle of the lake. The diameter of the square in the middle of the lake exceeded a kilometer, and the area could be considered rather vast. On the square, there was a high platform with stairs that gradually increased in height. The high platform's construction was especially beautiful, piled up with white jade. It was about 2 meters tall, and the platform's length and width exceeded 100 meters. It was in the shape of a square. On the square platform, there were 4 towering jade pillars. The jade pillars were located in each of the 4 corners, and each jade pillar was about 30 meters tall. Exquisite and complicated talismans were carved on them. Those 4 jade pillars are called spirit jade stones. They are used to gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth for the operation of the grand array of illusions and deaths. The cost of each spirit jade stone exceeds 1 million high-grade primal crystals. He Qingyuan explained to Chu Hen and the others to ease the awkward atmosphere. 1 spirit jade stone cost more than 1 million high-grade primal crystals. Chu Hen instantly felt that he had become a real poor man again. It turned out that the more than 1,000 high-grade primal crystals he had were not even a fraction of the cost of a spirit jade stone. At this moment, 200 to 300 people had already gathered below the square platform. Every day, people who came here to wait to use the grand array of illusions and deaths would form a long line. For people who were in charge of the operation of the grand array of illusions and deaths stood below the steps. One of them was actually one of the senior instructors who led the team from Tianqi mountain range, Roshan. When they went to Tianqi mountain range for training, the core instructor Shilan led the team, and the 2 senior instructors, Zuemo and Roshan, assisted them. Later, because the team had to go to St. Bell's City separately, Shilan ordered Roshan to bring the injured students and the students who were unwilling to go to St. Bell's City back first. Why is instructor Roshan here? Zhou Lu asked casually. The grand array of illusions and deaths is not an ordinary talisman array. When it is in operation, a senior instructor must be here to manage it. The senior instructors take turns to be on duty, Lu Yu explained. Chu Hen and the others nodded. The fact that a senior instructor was in charge of the array was enough to show that the grand array of illusions and deaths was unusual. Then, under He Qingyuan's lead, Chu Hen and the others did not line up at the back. Instead, they walked directly to the bottom of the steps at the front. Instructor Roshan, He Qingyuan said politely. You're here. Roshan smiled slightly. Instructor, Shilan has already informed me. You can enter the array first. When the time is up, get ready to start. Thank you. Amidst the envious and noisy voices of the crowd, He Qingyuan, Lu Yu, Chu Hen, Li Hui, and Zhou Lu walked to the square platform first. Why did you cut the line? Even if you're instructor, Shilan student, you can't do this. Shut up. Don't you know that the core instructors can only recommend a few places every month? I really didn't know. Blame yourself for not being neat and tidy. You can't become a direct student of the core instructors. You're talking about me, but aren't you the same? There was some commotion in the crowd. There were many students who had to use the grand array of illusions and deaths every day. Over the course of a month, they could not even train in it once or twice. Therefore, the academy stipulated that outstanding students would be given lenient treatment. The core instructors were responsible for recommending places. Those who received the recommendation did not need to wait in line and could directly enter the grand array of illusions and deaths. Although this was unfair to ordinary students, there was no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. The strong were supported by others, while the weak were mediocre for life. This was an indisputable fact, no matter where it was. Following the others to the high platform, Chu Hen immediately felt an obscure energy fluctuation in the air. This fluctuation originated from the defensive level of the grand array of illusions and deaths. After all, the Academy had spent a huge amount of money to build this array. Its defensive capabilities must be perfect. Even the top experts of the void-piercing realm could not easily destroy this place. Carrying a bit of curiosity and faint excitement, Chu Hen's gaze swept over the jade spirit pillars that were separated in the four corners. When he saw the exquisite and mysterious glyphs on the jade spirit pillars, he could not help but be stunned. Chapter 165. These rune inscriptions are... Looking at the rune inscriptions carved on the four spiritual jade pillars, Chu Hen could not help but be stunned. With just a glance, he actually recognized all the rune inscriptions carved on it. What did each rune represent? What was its use? What kind of effect would be formed after they were arranged together? Chu Hen knew all of them with just a glance. If this matter were to spread out, many people would probably be shocked to death. One must know that this illusionary killing formation was jointly set up by three rather famous advanced rune masters in the imperial capital. The rune inscriptions on the four spiritual jade pillars were also carved by them. To ordinary people, the rune arrangement technique on it was definitely a secret that was not passed down. However, a new student from Tensei Prefecture could understand the meaning of this rune secret tome. How could people not be shocked? Of course, understanding it was one thing, but it was impossible for Chu Hen to condense and engrave these runes. At the very least, with Chu Hen's current standard as a rune master, he could only complete a basic rune arrangement. The knowledge that he had mastered naturally came from the content contained in the illusionary spirit bell's artifact spirit. Rumble! At this moment, a commotion came from below the stage. From the crowd that had parted, a gentle and elegant young girl with a beautiful face walked over with light steps. By Yue, Chu Hen raised his eyebrows slightly. If Mu Feng was here, he would probably be excited and infatuated with her. Bai Yue had an elegant and pure face, giving people a feeling that she was as gentle as water and as docile as a kitten. However, that was not the case. Under that gentle appearance, it was said that she had a very bad temper. Regarding this, Chu Hen could not verify it. However, from the love and hate in the eyes of the people around him, he could tell that this was not groundless. Bai Yue and tutor Roshan exchanged a few words before they stepped onto the stage of the illusionary killing formation. Senior sister, Yue. He Qingyuan and the others greeted her politely. Bai Yue nodded slightly. After a slight gesture, she waited by the side alone. It was almost time for the array to open. The people who were queuing below began to go up the steps one after another under the guidance of Mentor Roshan. It is recommended that students whose cultivation base is lower than rank 3 of the elemental opening realm do not participate in the training of the illusionary killing formation. Roshan said as she made a simple note. All the students could not wait any longer. and their faces were filled with excitement. Soon, more than 50 people gathered on the stage. Every time the illusionary killing formation was activated, the number of people would be controlled between 50 to 60. Buzz. Wow. Senior brother Ji Xian is here. There's also senior apprentice brother Xiao Yan. I haven't seen them for a few months, but their auras have become so much stronger. Amidst the exclamations, everyone looked in two different directions. On one side was Ji Xian, who had an extraordinary temperament and a graceful demeanor. His handsome face caused many of the female students' hearts to flutter, causing them to reveal bashful expressions. Behind Ji Xian were Chunye, Bian Hong, Wu Zhe, and a few others. On the other side, Xiao Yan walked over alone. He had a carefree smile on his face, making him look very amiable. Mentor Roshan, is there still a seat? Xiao Yan smiled warmly. Roshan looked back at the people on the stage, then shook her head and said, "At most, one more person can go up." "One person?" Xiao Yan spread his hands and shrugged. He said to Ji Xian, who was not far away, "You have more people, so you should wait for the next round." Ji Xian smiled indifferently. "What if I say no? Then what if I insist on the seat?" "Then you can try." Everyone present couldn't help but take a few steps back when they saw this. If they were to fight, they might be implicated as well. Of course, Mentor Roshan, who was in charge of management, would naturally not allow such a thing to happen. She hurriedly stopped the two of them and said, "The two of you should stop fighting. The illusory killing formation is based on the overall standard of the students in the formation. If the two of you participate, I'm afraid that it will increase the difficulty of the formation after this round. I will activate the illusory killing formation for the two of you alone. Activate the illusory killing formation for Ji Xian and Xiao Yan alone." Everyone shook their heads and sighed in admiration. Geniuses always enjoyed special privileges. With regards to Roshan's suggestion, none of the students present had any objections. Xiao Yan smiled. "Then we'll do as Mentor Roshan says." A playful smile appeared on Ji Xian's face. Behind him, Chengyu walked forward with a smile. "Since that's the case, then leave the last seat to me." Roshan nodded and did not say anything else. Chunye immediately walked onto the stage and headed straight for He Qingyuan, Lu Yu, and the others. Since they were all direct disciples of Mentor Shilan, their relationship was naturally better than the others. Of course, not everyone was like that. "Hee, junior brother Chu Hen, we meet again," Chengyu said with a strange smile. Chu Hen ignored it, as if he did not hear it. Chengyu thought otherwise. "Junior brother Chu Hen, in this illusory killing formation, there's no need to use those high-grade spirit talismans. You have to be careful. Thank you for your reminder, senior brother Chengyu. I will keep it in mind." Chu Hen replied in an indifferent tone. Seeing the two of them like this, He Qingyuan, Li Hui, and the others were all astonished. What was going on? The two of them had only known each other for a few days, so why were they at odds with each other? Before everyone could figure out what was going on, Mentor Roshan's voice sounded. "Everyone is ready. The illusory killing formation is about to be activated. Since it's the first time some of you are participating in the illusory killing formations training, let me give you a brief introduction. Once the illusory killing formation is activated, all of you will fall into an illusion. Inside, you will encounter all sorts of opponents, including demonic beasts and humans. It's important to mention that you will also be injured in the illusion, and the injuries will be carried over to the real world. So, if your life is in danger or you can't hold on anymore, immediately retreat from the illusion. The way to retreat is very simple. Gather your true inner force in your glabella acupuncture point, and you'll be able to cut off the connection with the formation. Does anyone have any questions? No. Everyone answered in unison. Roshan nodded and immediately walked up to a 2-meter-tall stone tablet beside the stairs. The stone tablet was jade-colored, and it was also made of spirit jade. Exquisite and complicated patterns covered the surface of the tablet, and there was a circular groove in the center of the stone tablet. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Roshan took out a golden round plate. The round plate had silver flowing lights flickering on it, and it was very gorgeous. This round plate was the key to activating the illusory killing formation. Roshan skillfully placed the round plate into the groove on the stone tablet. In the next instant, a strange energy wave was instantly released from the stone tablet. Silver flowing lights blossomed like lightning, and immediately after, the 4 spirit jade pillars on the 4 sides of the high platform also flashed with incomparably bright golden light. Hua! Many students below the stage had expressions of surprise on their faces. The 4 spirit jade pillars that were more than 30 meters tall were enveloped in golden light, and the mysterious talisman patterns on the pillars were rapidly lit up like lightning. It looked like these 4 spirit jade pillars were divine metals that originated from the heavenly palace. Rumble! An incomparably powerful aura swept the entire stage, and the crisscrossing talisman patterns emitted a brilliant light. In an instant, dense golden light rapidly gathered on the surface of the platform and enveloped the entire high platform. On the platform, Chu Hen, Zhou Lu Li Hui, and the others were all incomparably shocked. Moreover, a brilliant talisman pattern appeared on the ground beneath their feet, and the talisman pattern practically spanned across the entire platform. Everyone on the platform could clearly feel a powerful and strange energy surging towards them. Buzz! A dazzling white light flashed, and the environment in front of everyone instantly underwent a huge change. What appeared in front of Chu Hen was a dusky space. In the distance, there were mountains, rivers, and even a city, but all of them were dim and hazy, and appeared to be in a strange and distorted state. The sky above their heads was shrouded by dark clouds, and a crescent moon emitted a gloomy red light. The bleak cold wind had an indescribable, bone-piercing chill. Not far from Chu Hen, Li Hui, He Qingyuan, Zhou Lu, and the others were around 50 meters away from him. Everyone's faces were still filled with caution and solemnity. All of you be careful. The enemy will appear very soon. He Qingyuan warned in a low voice. Whoosh! As he spoke, a sharp sword appeared in He Qingyuan's hand. Meanwhile, weapons appeared in the hands of Bai Yuyue, Lu Yu, Qingya, and the others one after another. Chu Hen was startled at first, but he quickly understood. In this illusion, he could summon the weapons he normally used according to his own will. Demon Slayer. Chu Hen was just about to summon the Demon Slayer spear, but after a thought he focused his mind, and a sharp black saber appeared in his hand. Buzz, buzz! Not long after, a strange energy wave attacked them. A gray, hazy shadow appeared in front of each of them. The shadow quickly solidified, and in the next instant, a ferocious demon beast appeared in front of everyone. Roar! Kill! The monstrous beast's roar and the crowd's battle cries immediately overlapped together. In front of Chu Hen was a 5-meter-tall violent bear. That raging aura, as well as the pungent stench emitted from its huge mouth, were exactly the same as in reality. Without saying anything, the violent bear directly pounced towards Chu Hen. Its powerful aura had reached the 6th level of the element opening realm. Chu Hen's eyes focused, and the black saber in his hand emitted a domineering, demonic, flame-like true yuan. He leaped, and the dazzling saber light was like a huge wave that crossed the horizon. Hiss! Chapter 166. On the square in the middle of the lake in the southern district. At this moment, there were still many students coming to the square one after another, waiting in line to participate in the combat training in the illusionary killing array. Buzz, buzz, on the high platform, for spiritual jade pillars stood at the 4 corners of the platform. They emitted a dazzling golden holy light as if they were 4 divine iron pillars. On the high platform, nearly 60 students from the Tensei Prefecture stood there motionlessly. Each of them had their eyes closed as if they were in a dream. Damn, it's getting boring waiting. So what if it's boring? If you're so capable, you can become a core instructor's direct disciple. There's no need to wait anymore. I wonder who killed the most enemies in this round of the illusionary killing array. Is there a need to ask? Of course, it's by Yue. Buzz. Whoosh. As soon as they finished speaking, a white light beam fell from the sky and enveloped a young girl on the high platform. Haha, see. I told you it's by Yue. Tisk, amazing. You're the only one who guessed it? The person that was enveloped by the silver light beam was Bai Yue. This meant that Bai Yue killed the most enemies in the illusionary killing array. Following that, a second white beam of light poured down, enveloping a young man within it. It's Senior Brother Chingya. Amazing. I heard that Senior Brother Chung has been training outside for a few months. He fought with demonic beasts every day and has a lot of combat experience. Although he's only a half-step core transformation realm, his combat strength is not any weaker than a true core transformation realm expert. The beam of white light that shone on Changya's body was slightly lighter than the one around Bai Yue's body. This also meant that the number of enemies that Changya had defeated was second only to Bai Yue. Buzz, then a third white light beam quickly condensed in the sky above the high platform like a cloud hovering above everyone's head. Guess who's the third one? He Qingyuan. I also think He Qingyuan will win. As soon as he finished speaking, the third ray of white light, like the afterglow of the Milky Way, descended in He Qingyuan's direction. A few people in the audience revealed a proud smile. It was quite interesting to use this as a game to kill time during this waiting period. Hua! But when the beam of light descended, the crowd couldn't help but be stunned. The third beam of light didn't land on He Qingyuan's body, but on the figure of another youth standing next to him. Everyone below the stage was stunned. Even Instructor Roshan had a look of surprise on her face. Chu Hen, how can it be him? Is his cultivation higher than He Qingyuan's? It's probably because the demonic beasts we encountered in the early stages were weaker. There should be nothing left for him to do in a while. The three beams of light that descended from the four high platforms surrounded by Yue, Qingya, and Chu Hen. Among them, Bai Yue's beam of light was the brightest, while Chu Hen's was the darkest. These were the top three who defeated the most demonic beasts. If they were surpassed by others later on, the beam of light around them would also be replaced. Of course, the strength of the demonic beasts they encountered in the early stages was random. Although the strength of the demonic beasts varied, the difference was not too great. But the further they progressed, the stronger the demonic beasts became. Therefore, to the crowd, Bai Yue and Changya occupying the top two spots was expected. As for Chu Hen, he was just lucky for now. This newcomer isn't bad. Xiao Yan, who stood at the front of the crowd, crossed his arms and rubbed his chin with one hand. He smiled with interest. Not far away, Ji Xian's eyes narrowed and the corner of his lips curled into a cold smile. Kill! Inside the illusionary killing formation. Even though the enemies in front of them were all illusions, everyone was extremely excited and they unleashed their own powerful attacks one after another. Bang! The scattered waves of energy exploded in the air. At this moment, Chu Hen's opponent was a barbarian soldier, who wore a helmet, was bare-chested, and held a long spear in his hand. The barbarian soldier was not weak. He was at the 8th level of the natal opening realm, one level higher than Chu Hen. Regardless of speed or strength, he surpassed the usual wuxiu. Chu Hen held the limitless Fang and engaged in close combat with the barbarian soldier. As the barbarian soldier used a long spear, which was a mid-range weapon, Chu Hen stuck close to the barbarian soldier and attacked while sticking close to the barbarian soldier. Ha! The barbarian soldier continued to let out deep roars from his throat. He was being suppressed by Chu Hen's fighting style to the point that he felt extremely sullen. He could not use the long spear in his hand at all, and it was as if he had entered a narrow space. Soon the barbarian soldier became mad. He suddenly let go of the long spear and clenched his right hand into a fist. An extremely powerful force burst out and hit Chu Hen's head. "Go to hell." The two stiff words were filled with anger. Humph. A disdainful smile appeared on Chu Hen's face. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the limitless Fong slashed down like lightning. Hiss! Blood splattered, and the barbarian soldier's entire right arm flew off. Even half of his shoulder was chopped off by Chu Hen. Ah! The shrill scream was exactly the same as in reality. Even the blood that splashed on his face had a faint warmth. Chu Hen did not hesitate and slashed down with his black saber. The dazzling saber light was like a shooting star that crossed the night sky. The barbarian soldier's head that was wearing a helmet was thrown more than 10 meters away. Blood spurted out from the severed neck like a fountain, and the barbarian soldier fell to the ground powerlessly. Then the corpse on the ground gradually became illusory. Even the blood that splashed on Chu Hen's face slowly disappeared. "It's the 19th one." Chu Hen let out a long sigh and murmured softly. There was only one left to defeat the 20 enemies that Mentor Shilon had given him. Of course, 20 enemies was only the lowest standard. This standard was set for Li Hui and Zhou Lu. Chu Hen was not among them. At least for him, 20 enemies was not a lot. However, Chu Hen's result was already far ahead of most people. Moreover, at this time there were already many people who could not hold on any longer. Roar! A young man on the left was caught off guard and was immediately pressed under the claws of a huge, tiger-shaped monster with black fur. The monster's terrifying power was as strong as a mountain, and it directly suppressed the man to the point that he could not move. Seeing that the monster was about to bite down on him with its cold, sharp teeth, the man hurriedly channeled his true energy into his Yintang acupoint. Then a ray of light flashed between the man's eyebrows. In the next moment, the man suddenly turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared in the illusion. Once the connection with the illusion killing formation was broken, it also meant that the man's combat training in the formation had stopped here. However, what made Chu Hen astonished was that even though the young man had left the illusionary killing formation, the black tiger monstrous beast was still there. The latter raised its huge head, and after letting out a roar, it directly charged towards the person closest to it. The person closest to it was none other than Bai Yue. "You!" Just as Chu Hen wanted to remind the other party, Bai Yue had already flashed away from her original spot. Her clear eyes flashed with a wisp of cold light. Hiss! A dazzling light flashed. Bai Yue's lithe figure actually left a series of afterimages in the air. As the afterimages flew past, the huge black tiger-shaped monster instantly fell to the ground powerlessly. Immediately after, a neat wound faintly opened up in the middle of the tiger's head, and scarlet blood splattered everywhere. This is... Chu Hen's pupils involuntarily shrank. What kind of move was this? Wasn't it too fast? Then, Chu Hen's attention fell on the weapon in Bai Yue's hand. It was a lightsaber, and its appearance was actually a little similar to the limitless Fong. It was more similar to a long sword. However, the sword had a blade on both sides, while the saber only had a blade on one side. The lightsaber that Bai Yue used was silver in color, as if silver snow was lingering around it, dazzling like a ray of light. After Bai Yue killed the black tiger-shaped demonic beast with a single slash, the enemy that she was facing previously had already rushed forward. It was a warrior wearing silver armor and wielding a heavy sword in his hand. His momentum was menacing. With both hands holding the heavy sword, the surging momentum of the sword was like a stormy sea, causing waves of vigorous vibrations. Based on this momentum, the opponent clearly possessed the strength of the 9th level of the element opening realm. However, there was not the slightest hint of panic on Bai Yue's cold face. Her figure moved nimbly, like a spirit rabbit in the forest. When she was less than 2 meters away from the silver-armored warrior, Bayuyue lightly waved her white wrist. The hurried wind was abnormally sharp, and as the light saber danced, a long and narrow silver crescent light flashed through the air. It was as bright as a glimpse, and Chu Hen's pupils trembled once again. Bang! Accompanied by a heavy muffled sound, the silver-armored warrior with the strength of the 9th level of the element opening realm suddenly stopped moving. The silver armor on his body split open, and on his stiff and expressionless face, a thin blood-red line rapidly thickened. What a graceful saber technique! Chu Hen was extremely shocked, and his brows were filled with admiration. He had never seen Bayuyue in action before, but he did not expect her cultivation to be so strong, especially the saber technique that she had just displayed. It was graceful and agile, gorgeous and powerful. In terms of a single move, Chu Hen could not see through the slightest flaw. In addition to being amazed, Chu Hen could not help but secretly want to learn from her. If he could learn the saber technique that Bayuyue had mastered, it would be of great help to him. Chu Hen, what are you doing? Be careful behind you, He Qingyuan shouted loudly. Chu Hen was shocked. He had been so focused on looking at Bayuyue that he had almost forgotten that there was a new opponent on his side. Swoosh! A cold light flashed, and a biting cold wind attacked. A swift and fierce black shadow suddenly rushed behind Chu Hen. Chu Hen backhanded and slashed out with a limitless fong. A circle of vigorous saber light spread out, and both Chu Hen and the black shadow retreated. Chu Hen narrowed his eyes, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. This time his opponent had the strength of the 9th level of the element opening realm. Chapter 167. In the illusionary killing formation. As time passed, more and more students who participated in the combat training were eliminated. Within the hazy and dark illusion, there were less than 20 people left. Bang! I can't take it anymore. Li Hui Yi was knocked from the left to the right by a silver rhinoceros demonic beast, and then from the front to the back. He fell to the ground and complained incessantly, crying for his parents. Little Li, hang in there. You're still 3 away from the standards set by instructor Shilan. Not far away, Zhou Lu was also persevering bitterly. She was also 2 away from the 20 standard. Even so, the 2 of them had already given it their all, but it was still unbearable. Not only them, even He Qingyuan and Lu Yu were gradually unable to hold on. Of course, the 2 of them had already defeated 20 enemies. In comparison, Chu Hen was fighting the enemies with ease, and he didn't seem to be under any pressure at all. Bang! The falling teeth saber's momentum was astonishing, and its power was strong. Even though Chu Hen was facing an enemy whose battle prowess had reached the 9th level of the element opening realm, he was still not at a disadvantage with his cultivation level of the 7th level of the element opening realm. Chu Hen's opponent was a black-clothed man who wore a ghost mask on his face. Through the mask, one could vaguely see his lifeless eyes. The opponent's weapon was a long sword. His swordsmanship couldn't be said to be exquisite, but it had a certain standard. Among the ranks of the 9th level of the element opening realm, his battle prowess was considered average. However, in the process of Chu Hen facing the enemy, most of his attention was on Bayuyue. Bayuyue's lily-white hands held the light saber. Every round of attack and defense was as smooth as flowing water. It was so perfect that there was almost no fault to be found. One move after another, the connection was perfect, causing Han Qin to feel more and more delighted. However, Bayuyue also noticed that there was a pair of eyes staring at her. Of course, this was not the first time this happened, and she was already used to it. There was no lack of people who wanted to secretly learn Bayuyue's saber technique. However, all of them failed without exception. Putting aside the fact that the moves of her saber technique were unique, agile, and graceful, ordinary people couldn't even see through it, let alone learn it and put it to use. But even if he understood the moves, he could only imitate them. There was a world of difference between the two. However, what Baiyu didn't expect was that the person who was watching her was a little different from the others. What she didn't know was that her opponent had a pair of monstrous eyes that could see through a person's true essence. The depths of Chu Hen's pupils had unknowingly turned into an obscure purple color. From the beginning to the end, he could clearly see the flow of Baiyue's true essence, as well as every move she made with her saber. Even the slightest movement was deeply imprinted in Chu Hen's mind. The more he saw, the more pleasantly surprised Chu Hen was, and the more he liked Baiyue's saber technique. Towards the end, Chu Hen deliberately slowed down his battle with the black-clothed men. He only used defense and didn't attack. His mind was completely focused on Baiyu. Roar! After defeating more than 30 opponents in a row, a one-horned fire ape appeared in front of Baiyu. The fire ape's entire body was wrapped in scorching flames. It had already reached the rank of a second-grade spirit beast, which was equivalent to Wu Xiu's second-level core transformation stage. This was definitely a strong opponent. Roar! Once the one-horned fire ape appeared, its berserk energy directly shook the surroundings. Layers upon layers of vigorous energy waves swept out, and the scorching energy waves were full of powerful flames. The enraged one-horned fire ape charged toward Baiyu. It leaped into the air like a meteorite, and its momentum was unstoppable. However, when faced with the menacing one-horned fire ape, Baiyue's elegant face didn't show the slightest hint of panic. Just when the one-horned fire ape reached the highest point of 30 meters, Baiyue's toes tapped the ground, and she leaped up like a nimble butterfly. When she was less than 2 meters away from the one-horned fire ape, the light saber that flickered with a holy silver radiance was swung out like lightning. Shadow Moon Dance! Along with Baiyue's soft shout, a powerful aura of death immediately enveloped the one-horned fire ape. Swoosh! Baiyu immediately flashed a series of afterimages in the sky, and the afterimages flashed past the one-horned fire ape's side like a ghost. The airflow between heaven and earth fell into an unprecedented rapid flow. A piercingly cold whirlwind stacked up, and like a tornado, it trapped the one-horned fire ape in all directions. Hiss! A 12 meters long resplendent crescent moon suddenly appeared in the sky, and it passed through the fire ape's body. In the next moment, Baiyue's figure flashed and once again transformed into a series of illusory afterimages that flashed to the other side of the one-horned fire ape. Another crescent moon that was more than 10 meters long flashed past the fire ape. This is... Chu Hen's pupils shrank slightly, and his expression changed slightly. His hands involuntarily clenched into fists. Every time Baiyu swung her sword, a series of afterimages would appear, and she would change her position. What shocked Chu Hen the most was her opponent's speed. It was simply so fast that, if he didn't have a pair of demonic eyes, he probably wouldn't even be able to catch up to the corner of Baiyue's clothes. Looking from afar, it looked like there were 6 or 7 Baiyu attacking the one-horned fire ape from different angles, and the latter was completely suppressed in an extremely small space. Every time it wanted to move, the torrent-like aura would restrict its movements. With every slash, a crescent moon shadow would appear in the sky, and the scene was gorgeous, as if Baiyu was dancing under the bright moon in a short period of time. Baiyu swung her sword a total of 9 times. When the 9th streak of silver moonlight flashed across the sky, Baiyu then flashed back to the ground. Subsequently, with a loud bang, the one-horned fire ape's huge body fell heavily onto the ground. 9 places on its body were split open with bloody wounds, and every wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. It was especially fatal. Beautiful. It was simply beautiful. Chu Hen's face was filled with many unconcealable amazement. Baiyu was indeed an amazing girl. The Shadow Moon Dance, just now, gave people the feeling that it was a bright and beautiful aurora that streaked across the sky in the darkness. Other than being gorgeous, its lethality was also extremely strong. Today's training in the illusionary killing formation was really worthwhile for Chu Hen. He had already seen through the rhythm of Bai Yue's moves and remembered them in his mind. Chu Hen thought that after he went out, he would definitely study it properly. Chu Hen, why are you still in a daze? Do you want to die? He Qingyuan's reprimanding voice came again. Since the beginning, Chu Hen had been absent-minded, especially since his opponent was at the 9th level of the element opening realm. This was simply treating his own life as a joke. Although this was an illusion, if he was really injured and couldn't retreat in time, he would still lose his life. Hee, I guess junior brother Chu Hen can't take it anymore. As your senior brother, I'd better help you out. Accompanied by a strange laughter, the sound of rushing wind suddenly came from behind Chu Hen. Chu Hen was startled, and in a hurry he quickly dodged to the side. However, it was still too sudden. Caught off guard, a solid blue light brushed past the left side of Chu Hen's ribs and hit the black-clothed man beside Chu Hen. This blue light possessed an extremely powerful killing power. The chest of the black-clothed man was instantly pierced, and a string of blood splattered in the air. The black-clothed man staggered a few steps and finally powerlessly fell to the ground. Subsequently, the black-clothed man's body gradually became illusory and slowly disappeared when they saw this scene. The nearby He Qingyuan, Lu Yu, and the rest all revealed astonished expressions. However, in an instant, Chu Hen's face was covered in a dense frost. His ice-cold eyes were like sharp swords as they swept towards a young man behind him. The one who had just attacked was none other than Chenya. I'm sorry, junior brother Chu Hen. I almost injured you. Are you all right? Chenya had a frivolous and ridiculing smile on his face, his tone not the slightest bit apologetic. If Chu Hen hadn't dodged in time, the one who would have fallen now would not only be his opponent. Chu Hen's expression became increasingly unsightly. It turned out that this bastard had come with the goal of plotting against him from the very beginning. He pretended to help, but in reality he wanted to injure him. This was intolerable. Did I allow you to attack just now? Chu Hen's voice was as cold as an icicle. Junior brother Chu Hen. He Qingyuan hurriedly spoke up to dissuade him. Although the few of them didn't know why the two of them had come to blows when Chenya had just returned, they all understood that if Chu Hen were to compete with Chenya, he wouldn't be able to gain the slightest advantage. Chenya disapproved, and his face was filled with ridicule. Isn't it good that I helped you? You should be thanking me. Thanking me? Chu Hen sneered. A surging aura shot into the sky, and the black blade in his hand flickered with a chilling luster that caused one's heart to palpitate. Then I'll properly thank you now. Senior brother Chu Hen, don't be rash. Li Hui, who was already lying on the ground by the giant rhinoceros demonic beast, also tried to dissuade him. However, the current Chu Hen couldn't listen to anything. There was nothing more infuriating than being bullied for 2 days in a row. A sneak attack from behind. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. The black blade was like a flickering light, and his attack was like lightning, directly attacking his opponent's head. Humph. Chenya laughed disdainfully. Stupid thing, you're courting death. You can't blame me. Vigorous blue true origin energy floated up Chenya's arms, and a sharp dagger instantly appeared in his palm. Boom! In the next instant, the black saber collided with the sharp dagger. Chapter 168. Boom! Shockingly chaotic energy waves were released wantonly. Under the various gazes from the surroundings, the black saber in Chu Hen's hand collided head-on with Chenya's dagger. A powerful airflow spread out, and the surging true essence energy was like sparks flying in all directions. The two people's weapons crossed and resisted each other. The blue luster and black radiance on the weapons were like two streams that intertwined and tore at each other. The other people in the illusion were all stunned. Chu Hen was actually at a disadvantage in a head-on clash with Chenya, who had the strength of a half-step core transformation realm. This was a little unexpected. Chi, the true essence energy released from the two people's bodies, constantly collided with each other. Chu Hen held the saber hilt with both hands, his brows extremely gloomy. Cheng Ye's brows were also tightly knitted and the veins on his arms bulged. He was secretly astonished that Chu Hen's strength was actually so strong. Was it because the weapon that instructor Shilan gave to Chu Hen was powerful? Cheng Ye quickly rejected this thought. After all, this was an illusion. Although one could use their consciousness to create the weapon they normally used, the characteristics and strength that the weapon normally possessed would not be reflected. In other words, the black saber in Chu Hen's hand had the same appearance as the limitless tooth, but in reality it was only the appearance and not the real limitless tooth. The strength of the weapons that everyone present was about the same. Humph, your strength is not small, but do you think you can defeat me with brute force? Chang Yi sneered in disdain. A dazzling blue light erupted from his other hand and grabbed at Chu Hen's face. As he moved, the blue light that lingered on Cheng Ya's arm instantly transformed into the phantom of a beast claw. The sharp claws tore through the air and emitted a dense aura of danger. Chu Hen's pupils slightly narrowed. At the same time that he bent his body to dodge, he withdrew the black saber and slashed with a backhand. A resplendent saber light swept toward his opponent's waist. Chang Ye waved the dagger in his hand and directly shattered the saber light. Then, the palm that transformed into the phantom of a beast claw once again pushed forward and struck toward Chu Hen's chest. Useless thing, get down. Cheng Ye's attack was astonishing. The solid beast claw shadow was extremely powerful. The surrounding air was pushed forward rapidly, creating all kinds of waves. He Qingyuan, Lu Yu, Zhou Lu, and the others who were at the other side had anxious expressions on their faces when they saw that Chu Hen was unable to dodge this palm strike. However, everyone was occupied with their own enemies and couldn't care less about what was happening over there. They couldn't stop it, even if they wanted to. What was even worse was that new enemies had already appeared behind Qingye and Chu Hen. One of them was a huge albino crocodile that was over 20 meters wide, and the other was a crack fire python that was over 30 meters wide and as thick as a water tank. Humph, shameless boasting. Chu Hen paid no heed to Qingye's ferocious attack. He focused his left hand, and a ball of demonic purple light intertwined with the powerful black light, rapidly converging at the center of his palm. Rumble! The violent power stirred up a wave of rolling thunder. A layer of illusory palm imprint immediately expanded. With an incomparably heavy explosion, the two palm forces firmly clashed and collided. The explosive energy turbulence was like the crisscrossing of a thunderstorm. A powerful shockwave spread out between the two of them. A ferocious force swept in all directions. Gorgeous and dazzling true origin energy wantonly scattered. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the purple light outside of Chu Hen's body actually faintly suppressed Cheng Ye's true yuan by a bit. The beast claw image that lingered on the latter's left palm instantly shattered into pieces. Cheng Ye's expression could not help but change. He had truly underestimated Chu Hen's strength. At this moment, the new opponents that the great illusion killing formation had assigned to the two of them directly launched a ferocious attack at Chu Hen and Cheng Ye. However, the two of them didn't seem to have any intention of paying attention to their new opponents. As they fought, they flashed and retreated towards another area. Bang! As Chu Hen and Cheng Ye retreated, the huge giant alligator and crack fire python also chased relentlessly. Wherever the two of them went, they fought. The two powerful demonic beasts also chased after them. In this way, the surrounding people had fallen into a trap. Originally, at this time, the people who had gone through a series of high-intensity battles were all exhausted and somewhat unable to hold on. The chaotic shockwaves caused by the battle between Chu Hen and Cheng Ye had already affected the others quite a bit. What was even worse was that there were still two big fellows following behind them, The giant albino alligator and the crack fire python didn't seem to recognize people. The two huge fellows swept across the battlefield in the surrounding areas. F***CK. Damn you! One by one, the students who were on the verge of collapsing were met with this unexpected disaster. They were either sent flying 7 to 8 meters away or knocked to the ground by their opponents due to the effects of the illusion. Helpless, these people could only accept their bad luck. They cut off their connection with the formation and retreated from the illusion. Senior brother Chu Hen, senior brother Qingye, stop messing around. He Qingyuan bitterly held on, completely not in the mood to continue fighting with his opponents. As for Li Huiyi and Zhou Lu, these two people who could not hold on any longer, they found an excuse to retreat. Among the crowd, the only one who was not affected was Bai Yuyue. She continued to deal with the troubles in front of her without a care in the world. Chu Hen and Cheng Ye had long since fought with their true strength. How could they stop so easily? Not long after, the entire illusion-killing formation was practically turned upside down by the two of them. All sorts of violent true essence power wantonly flew everywhere. Towards the end, even He Qingyuan and Lu Yu could not stay any longer. They channeled their true essence into their Yintang meridian and retreated from the illusion. At the center of the lake, what's going on? How did everyone come out so quickly? The crowd gathered in the plaza began to make all sorts of noises and sounds of confusion. The crowd on the 4 high platforms began to wake up one after another, and all of them were covered in dirt and grime, gnashing their teeth in anger. Looks like there's a problem inside. Xiao Yan rubbed his chin and looked at Ji Xian nearby with interest. Why are you looking at me? Ji Xian looked indifferent. I'm here. If there's a problem inside, do you think it has anything to do with me? That's hard to say. Who doesn't know that your senior brother Ji Xian's strength is outstanding? Even if he's standing outside, he can stretch his hand inside. Ji Xian snorted softly and ignored him. At this moment, He Qingyuan's body trembled. He opened his eyes, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. The crowd below the square was even more surprised. Even Roshan and the other teachers who were in charge of management were confused. Someone below the platform could not help but ask, Senior Brother Qingyuan, why did you come out so early? What exactly happened inside? Did you meet a super opponent? A bitter smile appeared on He Qingyuan's face. Don't mention it. Chu Hen and Qing Ye almost turned the place upside down. We were all thrown out. What? Everyone was extremely shocked. Only then did they realize that only Bai Yuyue, Chu Hen, and Chen Ye had yet to awaken. Teacher Roshan frowned. She then said to the people in charge of management beside her, Stop operating the illusion formation. Yes. In the next moment, under Roshan's guidance, they performed a few hand seals at the stone tablet beside the steps. The light from the bright stone tablet immediately dimmed. Then, Roshan reached out with her right hand. A powerful suction force was released from her palm and imprinted on the golden disc at the center of the stone tablet. There was a slight vibration in the air. The compass in the center of the stone tablet was taken out. In an instant, the aura of the jade spirit pillars that stood at the 4 corners of the high platform quickly retracted. The flickering silver runes on the pillars rapidly faded and dimmed. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that enveloped the platform returned to the 4 jade spirit pillars like a whale sucking in water. The illusion formation then stopped operating. Immediately after, Bai Yuyue was the first to awaken. Chu Hen and Cheng Ye followed closely behind without waiting for everyone to understand what was going on. Chu Hen's opened eyes emitted a chilling intent. Tsung! A clear metallic sound rang out, and the demon Punisher spear astonishingly appeared in his hand. Without saying a word, Chu Hen stood up with the spear in his hand. Black, tyrannical true Yuan rose like the black flames of the 9 underworlds. The cold and stern killing intent was as bone-piercing as the bleak, cold wind. Chu Hen leapt up, and the demon Punisher spear spat out a 3-foot spear aura. Circles of vigorous air waves lingered around the body of the spear, like a small whirlpool. The unstoppable might of the spear directly attacked Chunya in front of him. "Humph! You're courting death!" A ferocious glint surged within Chunya's eyes. Endless true essence erupted and rose like floodwaters. Both of his palms were thrown forward, and a layer of solidified blue light curtain appeared in front of him, forming a powerful shield. Foolish thing. You want to harm me with just this bit of strength? Bang! As his voice faded, the spear in Chu Hen's hand directly and solidly struck the blue light screen in front of his opponent. Violent energy fluctuations rose like giant waves on the surface of water, following an incomparably heavy explosion. The blue light screen that everyone originally thought would not be broken by Chu Hen was forcibly blasted apart on the spot. Heavens! This fellow. A chaotic blue wave of air blossomed on the platform. He Qingyuan, Lu Yu, and the others on the high platform were pushed back one after another. The swift and fierce spear rapidly pierced towards Chang Ye's throat like a hot knife through butter. Cheng Ye was startled, the panic in his eyes fleeting. He dodged to the side, and the sharp spear edge brushed past his right shoulder. The powerful spear light tore through the air, forming an invisible blade of air. Under the slash of the blade of air, a tiny trace of blood immediately flowed out from Chang Ye's neck. What? Chapter 169. Hiss! The incomparably powerful spear light tore through the air and brushed past Chang Ye's right shoulder. A strand of invisible air blade that covered the tip of the spear instantly cut a bit of the skin on Chang Ye's neck, and a fine red line seeped out. The appearance of this scene caused everyone present to be extremely astonished, and all of them were dumbstruck. Fuck, are you kidding me? Cheng Ye has the strength of a half-step core transformation stage expert. Is this fellow Chu Hen going to defy the heavens? Cheng Ye was probably careless. He should be able to turn things around in a while. Even though the illusionary killing formation had stopped operating, Chu Hen still did not plan to let it go just like that. Chang Ye's actions in the illusionary killing formation were truly extremely vexing. If Chu Hen had not dodged in time, he would probably have been carried off the stage by now. Swift and fierce spear shadows continuously transformed and took form, attacking wave after wave towards the various vital points on Chang Ye's body. The weapon Cheng Ye used was a dagger. If he wanted to gain an advantageous offensive, he would have to stick close to Chu Hen and attack. However, from the beginning to the end, Chu Hen did not allow his opponent to get close. He completely controlled the distance between them to a position where the spear could be used. An inch longer, an inch stronger advantage was displayed to the fullest by Chu Hen. Humph, no matter how fast your reaction is, how can you be faster than me? Cheng Ye coldly snorted. Then, he leaped up and directly flew into the air. He stepped on the body of the Devil Punisher spear and pounced towards Chu Hen. His nimble movement speed was like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. Cheng Ye flipped in midair, and the dagger was placed horizontally in front of him as he rapidly stabbed towards Chu Hen's head. His movements were as fast as a dragonfly touching water. The expressions of everyone present involuntarily changed as they cried out in their hearts. This Ching, you can't be thinking of killing Chu Hen, right? Chingya, don't cause trouble. Roshan coldly shouted in a sweet voice. She was just about to step forward to stop the two of them, but she was stopped by Jixian. Haha, Mentor Roshan, don't worry. Chingya knows what he's doing. He just wants to teach a lesson to those rookies who are too aggressive and make them restrain themselves. This is for their own good, don't you think so? Roshan's fine eyebrows faintly knitted together. However, it was already too late at this moment. Cheng Ye's attack had already arrived in front of Chu Hen. The dagger, flickering with a blue luster, seemed to have been tempered in venom, sinisterly cold and incomparably dangerous. Chang Ye's face revealed a sinister smile. Arrogant and conceited thing. I'll make sure that you won't even have the time to use the talisman. Humph, there's no need to waste my talisman on trash like you. Chu Hen sneered. Buzz. Before his voice faded, a powerful aura erupted from within Chu Hen's body, accompanied by a bone-chilling ice Xianqi. Dozens of sharp icicles grew out of nowhere on the stage. The sharp icicles were like bamboo shoots that sprang out after the rain. They shot out from below, emitting an unstoppable, penetrative force. Qing Ye's expression changed. If he used this attack, it was likely that he would be pierced through by the sharp icicles at the same time his dagger pierced into Chu Hen's body. In his haste, Qing Ye hurriedly withdrew his attack. Raising his palm, he struck the dozens of icicles below. After shattering a few rows of icicles, he used the recoil from the force of his palm to retreat backwards. However, it was also at this moment that a hurried wind rushed over. A series of spear images erupted from the spear that was twined with black light. A solid spear glow shot out from the tip of the spear like an aurora, solidly smashing into the front of Chang Ye's body. Bang! A heavy muffled sound rang out in the air. A scattered wave of true essence blossomed like a halo, and a force that was comparable to a mountain swept over. Chang Ye was directly sent flying. Everyone below was stunned. Chang Ye, who was at the half-step core transformation stage, was actually unable to even enter Chu Hen's body. This was truly somewhat difficult to accept. Thud! Chang Ye somersaulted in the air before landing on the stage in a half-squatting position. His feet dragged on the stone floor for over a dozen meters before coming to a stop. What was even more shocking was that there was actually a faint trace of blood hanging from the corner of Chang Ye's mouth. Chu Hen's attack just now had actually injured the other party. You shameless thing. Your life is quite tenacious. Chu Hen held the Devil Punisher spear at an angle, surging true essence lingering around his body like circular ripples. His grave and stern eyes were like a blade, filled with disdain. You don't be happy too early. Cheng Ye's eyes were scarlet red, and his teeth made cracking noises as he gritted them. Being looked down upon by a person whose cultivation was weaker than his was simply intolerable, especially in front of so many people. Today, if he did not make Chu Hen's blood splash 5 steps away, he would not be able to swallow this resentment. Rumble! In the next instant, a torrential aura rose from Chang Ye's body. Blue light patterns intersected as they soared into the sky. Everyone present could feel the ruthless aura that originated from Chang Ye's body. The airflow on the entire stage instantly became especially chaotic, and a powerful aura surged towards Chu Hen like a torrent. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a dense blue light wrapped around Chang Ye's body and rapidly formed the phantom of a fierce wolf. This is the bloodline limit of the demon wolf war body. Senior brother Chang Ye is angry. Instructor Roshan, hurry up and stop him. Zhou Lu, Li Hui, and the others hurriedly walked forward and said. Without waiting for Roshan to speak, Ji Xian indifferently said, There's nothing to worry about. Qingyu won't do anything to him. Don't worry. But, haha, I'm curious to hear who will win. Hearty laughter rang out, and Xiao Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. Senior brother Xiao Yan, you? Hee, just you wait. I see that junior brother Chu Hen doesn't seem to be panicking at all. However, hearing Xiao Yan's words, the few of them unconsciously relaxed slightly. Indeed, back in St. Bell City, even when facing a genius like Wei Qingfan, Chu Hen had caused him trouble. Although Chang Ye was also very powerful, there was still quite a gap between him and Wei Qingfan. Ji Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he sneered inwardly. Humph, he's just relying on external force to take away a high-grade spirit talisman. What ability does he have? Rumble. Chang Ye's aura rose steadily, and the image of the ferocious wolf that enveloped him grew clearer and more solid. In the blink of an eye, the image of a ferocious wolf that was over 10 meters tall had appeared before everyone's eyes. The wolf's appearance was extremely mighty. Its back was covered in blue fur, and its abdomen was white. Moreover, there was a pair of white wings on its back that were over 30 meters wide when they were spread open. A violent gale swept through the arena, and it seemed like a ferocious beast was standing before Chu Hen. Chang Yi stood within the image of the wolf, and the veins on his body bulged while his expression was ferocious. Obviously, he was enduring an extremely enormous force. Hee, stinking brat, you asked for it. I won't kill you, but I'll make you lie in bed obediently for 1.5 years. Ow! The howl of a wolf, as if it was a real one, pierced through the 9 heavens. Then, Chang Yi's body moved, and like a wolf pouncing on its prey, he flew out. Along with the demon wolf illusion with peerless might, he charged towards Chu Hen. The image of the wolf bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and it revealed a ferocious light. The formidable attack that was vast like a mountain poured down, and the entire high platform fell into a state of restlessness. The expressions of countless people below the platform changed when they felt the might that erupted from Chang Yi's killer move. The might of this move was comparable to the strength of a core transformation realm expert, and besides Ji Xian, Xiao Yan, and Bai Yue, there was probably no one else present that could withstand it. However, at the same time, the true origin energy outside Chu Hen's body swiftly converged like a stream before him. In the blink of an eye, a red-colored talisman mark that seemed like a colored glass appeared before him. The scorching and restless fluctuation of energy was like the lava of a volcano that was brewing. That's the St. Bell City's blazing curse? Exactly, the blazing curse. Along with the exclamations of the crowd, the space before Chu Hen suddenly trembled. The blazing curse before him suddenly bloomed into a layer of blazing light that shot into the sky. The pupils of Ji Xian, Xiao Yan, Bai Yue, and the other geniuses shrunk slightly. Even Instructor Roshan's face was filled with shock. The students who had been to St. Bell City before could not help but suddenly realize that the blazing curse that Chu Hen obtained was actually the blazing curse. The surging flame light screen was like a raging wave on the surface of the sea, and it directly shot into the sky dozens of meters high. The violent power of the curse was so powerful that it was simply shocking. Don't think that a small flame barrier can stop me. You're too naive. Chang Yi roared angrily. However, before his voice could fade, a huge flaming hand that was more than 10 meters wide suddenly stretched out from the flame light screen that shot into the sky. This huge flaming hand was like the hand of the god of fire that could destroy the world. The scorching temperature caused the space to burn and distort indeterminately. Subsequently, under countless shocked gazes, the huge flaming hand directly collided with the demon wolf silhouette. Boom! The blazing curse, demon wolf battle physique. The moment the two violent powers intersected, it was like two torrents of water clashing against each other. The blue light and the red flames overlapped, constantly clashing and tearing at each other, forming a ring of chaotic power. In an instant, the sky and earth dimmed a little. The entire high platform violently shook without end. The powerful shock waves spread out like ripples on water, and countless students below the platform were shaken to the point that they continuously retreated. If it wasn't for the illusion-killing formation's defensive formation, such a violent power fluctuation would have directly caused it to collapse. Roar! Under the constant assault of the flames, the demon wolf silhouette outside Chang Yi's body continuously dimmed. Let's see what else you can do. Chang Yi roared angrily. His eyes were bloodshot, and he relied on a ferocious force to withstand the power of the blazing curse. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling light flashed, and another bright rune appeared in front of Chu Hen. However, this rune was as white as a snowflake. This is... Countless people below the platform immediately narrowed their eyes, and their faces were filled with shock. Frost curse? Oh my god! He actually grasped two curse runes.